Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Hello. How is it going? It's been a spell. Haven't seen you for a bit, friends. Hello to you all. Pardon me. I am needing the fuel this morning, so there might be sipping fully as I enjoy some of that caffeinated goodness. All right, so let me just finish getting all set up. We are going to be today working on a new mouse for the new area, and it should be pretty fun. Let me actually grab another piece of reference that I'm going to want today. Do I still have the tabs? Yes, there are a few. Okay. Cool. All right. Sweet. Okay, so, yeah. Good morning, good morning. Quick little question about my progress on my axe, my throwing axe. Um, so I guess there's a lot of different angles to take that in. Um, I'm doing like blacksmithing and stuff where I want to make my own throwing axe. Um, I'm in the middle of still making tools on that. It's been kind of slow. I've only gone on, here and there, so it's not been very rapid, but got more stuff coming together, working on new pair of tongs, which are heavier duty than the ones I made last time. But unfortunately, when I was working on those, I managed to do the dumbest thing you can possibly do in a hot room, blacksmithing. And I decided to, I wanted to like move a piece of metal on the hot table. Now, anything you put on that table is kind of like, warning, it may not look hot, but it could be hundreds of degrees easily. Um, and so I was trying to measure the reins of the tongs that I had made against kind of some stock that I was drawing out. And I like put the tongs near them, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna like maneuver it around. So I grabbed the bit end of the tongs, which is where you normally hold extremely hot metal. Grab that end, and guess what? It was hot. So I managed to give myself a pretty bad burn, but it's small and it doesn't really impact me. But yeah, so that's where that's at. uh, yeah, don't do that, friends. Uh, but then other axe throwing projects I'm working on. I got a commission piece that I'm doing where I'm like inlaying this uh, spider lady. I can't remember how to pronounce it, but it's like a Japanese uh, yokai like monster. So I'm doing this cool like spider lady on it, and it's very cool. I'm doing it in brass, so I'm carving out kind of a channel behind the leaf. There, you can kind of see it just hanging out in my pitch bowl because I've been carving away uh, bits of steel to make a recess for the bronze that I kind of used a jeweler saw to cut out. So I'm just arranging my plastic leaves. Gotta keep them in frame. It's important. Um, yeah, so I'm kind of coming along on that one. That's pretty cool. I'll share stuff like pictures of it in the future on my socials as well. All right, sorry, I don't do the social media thing very well. I have an Instagram, um, jacob.johnson.art Instagram if you want to check out some of the axe stuff I do. And I got like a bunch of sheaths and stuff I'm working on. But yeah, I mean, it's going good. Anyways, that's not why we're here. We are here to create MouseHunt artwork and make that together. Yes, Jorogumo, don't know how to say it, but that one. Um, yeah. Oh yeah, no, totally. With with the steel in a hot room, like obviously you're like that's hot because it is glowing. Um, you know, once it reaches a certain heat, things luminous. But yeah, like once it's kind of black hot, as we say, where like all the glow has kind of gone out of it, and it just looks like a normal piece of metal. You know, it's really hard to tell. And depending on how thick it is, and the rains that I'm drawing it is out of 4140 steel, which is like a hammer tool, like tool head steel. People make like axes and hammers out of it, and it's a decently thick piece too. So it was taking a while to cool. Um, but yeah. Then again, what I grabbed was my tongs, which are too small. They're made out of kind of a rebar, but are on the smaller end, which is why I'm making a heavier duty pair. And so I was like, they're probably not that hot because I didn't use them, seconds ago or anything. But no, they were definitely hot, hot enough to kind of like cook nerves, kind of level of hot. So it's pretty bad, but it's a small enough area. It's healing on its own. Don't need to do a skin graft or anything fun like that. But yeah, don't pick up super hot things. That's my lesson for the day. Anyways, let's do art stuff. So I'm going to jump into Clip Studio here. And this is just my standard kind of template mouse file. It's actually called mouse underscore template. And we're going to start from scratch on this one. We haven't done this for a while. Let me make sure time lapse is going. Excellent. And go up into my sketch layer. All right. So what are we creating today? We are working on a new mouse. And let me grab my task. It is, at least the concept is, the abrasive abalone mouse. And abalone is like a sea creature. They're very old, like ancient kind of mollusk kind of things, type of gastropod. It's like a snail, but it's got like holes in its shell kind of thing, and it's, deep and gross, and it's got all these tentacles and good fun stuff. But they're cool. So let me actually like grab a couple of snapshots. Boop. Grab some of these. Boop. Get some reference going, I like this image of it. It's a good one. It almost looks like like an octopus tentacle kind of thing going on. But yeah, they're definitely like pretty crusty looking. But they also get that like mother of pearl kind of on the inside of their shells. So I don't really have any kind of like specific direction I'm intending to take this character. It's very much let's just kind of like sketch some stuff and figure out what we want to do. Yeah, they're pretty grody looking. I don't know if I want a grody looking character, but I think we'll find out as we go what we're going to do. So, let me just maybe move this off to the side, and we'll just start scribbling. See what we can do. Great. All right, back to the sketch layer. Super tasty too. I've definitely not had it. Apparently, it used to be like very popular, and essentially got overfished, right? They're kind of like these creatures that live to be like 40 years old and, you know, slow to grow. So I imagine that when that was discovered, how delicious they are, there was plenty of them at the time. Uh, and then, yeah, humans being all good at kind of like not understanding their impact on things, decimated some of the populations, probably wiped out various kind of species of them, but who knows? I'm sure someone knows. Uh, but yeah, so they are things you can eat because they farm them now. Like they have ethical farms, but certainly there is like a black market that exists because these little guys. Apparently, it's like I don't know, like one of these can cost like $100 to eat, and they're just a little clam guy, little little snail looking dude. So yeah, probably one of the more expensive, proteins per pound. So yeah, I'd totally try it if it was ethical and it had, you know, the opportunity was just tossed on my plate, if you will. But I don't think it's one that I'm gonna pursue on my bucket list, unless this character ends up amazing, and then it's like, I don't know, why would I be like, this character is so good, I better go eat one? That doesn't make much sense. But yeah, don't think it's on my list. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of grab a silhouette of that kind of like spine, if you will. It's kind of cool. It's definitely got this kind of like, nature golden ratio vibe going on. So that's kind of interesting. Some scroll work. Okay, let's grab that, move that down here. So this is kind of like where those holes are. Could be like a hat, maybe. Um, what do we want this character to be? So, like, the name is just kind of like a placeholder idea, and we sometimes like take it all the way with the name. Sometimes we'll just kind of like diverge and do our own thing. But yeah, if we were to do like an abrasive abalone, it's kind of like, well, an abrasive person. They're pretty standoffish, aggressive, blunt. Um, so let's see. We want them to be underwater kind of vibe. But what could they be doing? Because like, I want the character to kind of tell a story with its pose and look, right? So again, it's been a while since we've like sat down and just drawn a character from blank. So let's see how this goes. I smell hydro. Mmm. Abalone mouse with pearls found inside. An abalone chef mouse who lives in the shell now. Oh, that's fun. A get off my lawn kind of pose. Yeah. The kind of like hunched over and shaking a fist, holding a garden hose kind of thing. Get off my lawn. Now, early sketches are going to be very, very messy. If you haven't been around for a live stream before, this might be an interesting experience. But it's like many things made by hand. They tend to look a little garbo up until, near, like once it gets refined enough, once it gets worked enough, then it can maybe come together. But initial sketches are gonna look a little bit like this. Hi, I'm a mouse. What's your name? Yeah. Okay, so could do. Ooh, what if it's like a really big hat? Like covering over its head. Now, one of the fun things about like the wild ones is they're very tentacly. That could be something to play up as well. So maybe I want it to be a little more vertical. And I do think the holes in the shell are kind of important to show off. So we might want that going along it at some point. This is kind of just making me think of like Commander Keen right now. You ever played that game? With his like cap and blaster. I like standing inside the shell. That's kind of interesting too. But again, like I also want this character to like it be a part of this thing. So it could be one thing that it's standing in a shell, but I kind of want it to be connected to it instead of someone who could just like step away from a prop and now they're disconnected from that thing, right? Um, mm, okay, that is pretty fun actually. The Venus standing in the shell pose, but it's like this crusty, angry mouse. I kind of enjoy that idea. Grab an image of that. Well, probably not put up the image as you might imagine, but have it as reference. All right. And this can also kind of help show off that the inside of the abalone shell is like this beautiful pearlescent kind of material, mother of pearl or whatever it would be called. That's actually something that would be kind of cool to craft with. I've seen a lot of like, you know, people doing handcrafts and stuff. And I do inlay work and stuff with metal. But you can do kind of like inlay with shell and things like that in wood. And since I do like wood handles, that's something that I'm kind of like, oh, maybe I'd like to try that out. Now, I don't know if it's a great material for like a throwing axe handle. That might be a bit aggressive for something so fragile as like shell, but I don't know, maybe it's okay. See it in like guitars and instruments and stuff a lot. It should actually be more shaded. Now, the way the shell is growing here may not be accurate to how it would work. And maybe we would want to have like the holes or something visible. But that could be fun to riff off of. The kind of mouse angrily standing in the Venus shell. stand surfing in the shell. Ooh, alluring abalone. Mmm. Typically flattened, spiral-shaped, and ear-shaped with a broad, muscular foot used for clinging to rocks. That's a good point. Looking at the reference, I think we can actually kind of appreciate that, right? They're pretty kind of just a little dome. And I imagine that the foot is, well, this is kind of like, like a snail shell, how it kind of spirals and grows and grows and grows and grows in like these kind of like concentric rings, I guess. And the foot being kind of like this area, kind of snail, right? A mollusk. But yeah, they're definitely much more flat, right? But yeah, it's kind of interesting how it's like, it's this spiral that's kind of flattened out looking. This might be too domed for sure. This as well could probably be more flat, right? To be a little more accurate. And maybe this comes out more aggressively here. Yeah, I want it to be like a crunchy surface. Alright. So let's see. Should we kind of mimic the pose, right? Play a reference here. But like turn it into this kind of angry character. They're abrasive, right? Let's get this foot kind of kicked off to the side. Now the pose definitely is not abrasive. If we're kind of using this exact pose, it's definitely alluring, if anything. But, best way to make this abrasive. I mean, I would change the pose, right? Get them all kind of hunched down. I mean, I do like the get off my lawn idea, right? The mouse balancing itself with both hands. The surfing idea, yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, technically the abalone's foot is just his entire soft underbelly, kind of like a snail. But yeah, just like a big pad. In which case, like, maybe the mouse should be just like really large and wide with kind of like a small head. Because again, I want the mouse to like be the abalone, right? Like, should it have little tentacles? Hello. Doesn't seem very abrasive. Unless we just give it like a bunch of grit and texture. Go literal with it. We just kind of like, picked up all the sand and stuff. Yeah, abrasiveness makes me think more of barnacles, actually. That's fair. That is fair. I remember when I was younger, there was kind of like a up at my uncle's. We had like a dock we'd go swimming off of, and one year there was just like a certain kind of heat current or whatever that like swept through, and some um, boats that came through with an invasive species called zebra mussels, bleh. And like they're these like mussels that attach to things. They barnacle onto the sides of things, but they have very like razor sharp shells, um, and so we had to be really careful swimming that year because they were like all over the rocks right under the swimming dock and stuff like that. And I cut my foot. I think a few of us did actually. Yeah, that's slicing, slicing shell. Not fun. Okay, so this is a very static pose, but I'm just kind of like scoping out, what could this character even look like before I kind of figure them out, right? I think, okay, so we've done a number of characters for this area already, and quite a few of them are like standing and yelling. So as much as I'm like, I think that that's a great idea, like having the "get off my lawn" kind of pose. I'm worried too many of them might already be kind of going in that direction. So I don't know, like, what do I want to do with this character? I'm not particularly certain. Um, I do kind of like this kind of turn their body into the foot of this mollusk kind of idea. Like they could be sitting up out of the shell even. Like that'd be kind of wild, but like if they're like literally attached to this thing. Um, oh wait, I want to do it on a different layer. Whoops. Just kind of like I don't know if that is how abalone are, but I don't know. Is it, so okay? So I haven't done like let's sketch the character out stream for a while, um, and until I kind of like figure out, oh, this is the right direction, it becomes a lot of just kind of like crunchy scribbles that look bad. Uh, but that's because they're rapid, right? You can explore ideas very fast. Okay, so just pardon the kind of like crunchy scribbles while I kind of try and find something that clicks. And again, right now I'm like, no, no. I think the shell is an interesting concept there, standing out of the shell. But I think I want to kind of have them like wearing it more so. Um, so I like the idea of them being this kind of thicker. Oh, maybe there's like kind of shell parts all over them. And they're like really aggressive looking. So it's got like this kind of armor. Okay, so like if we did something more like this. Now, I need to kind of like consider, okay, what kind of tier is this mouse? Is it like a fodder kind of mouse? Is it like a stronger kind of, you know, deeper into your kind of adventure challenge mouse? And I do think that it's more on the kind of fodder side, so maybe I should check to make sure. So I don't make something that's a little too powerful looking, although we can probably like maneuver things around balance wise. But let me see if I have a good reference to that. That is the file I want, yes. Okay. Let's look at those tasks. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so these are more of a weaker kind of character. So I don't want to do like a big, thick, lumbering Hulk that looks super strong, right? I want to do something that's a little more kind of like fodder or mouse. Yeah, no, I have seen pictures of like the insides of the abalone shells, which are gorgeous. Like it's definitely makes for some stunning kind of visuals. Um, Actually, one of the other references I have off screen is actually of like a little bit of an abalone shell, I believe. It's got the holes. Let me grab that. Put that in the our references. So it's a bad shot of it. A nice Shutterstock uh, reference image. Okay, but yeah, we got like some good textures that we can use. Like this is abrasive looking, right? These are really crunchy and gross, and I think that is kind of the like the finish that we want on the what the mouse is kind of putting outwards. But then, yeah, maybe we can have a little bit of this beautiful shell kind of on on like the inside. Um, so like the mouse is putting out this kind of energy, but like maybe this is you can see it somewhere on there to kind of give them some range. Um, yeah. No soliciting sign on the mouse. I mean, it could just be like a big, kind of like heavy looking, but like slow, lumbering kind of character. That like doesn't look like a threat because they're just this crusty, old kind of. It's like, yeah, don't get on their bad side. They're just mean, you know? They're not like a big threat, but they are not nice. Have it like turned around looking all disappointed at us. I probably want the shell to be at a different angle, to be honest. But I do want to show off the shell. Like, the shell is super interesting. So, they're just standoffish. So they're just, like, not even looking at us. Do we have any mice that are just looking the other way? Turns his nose up at us. And make the head way smaller. Kind of just got a turtle shell thing going on. See, they right now they don't look abrasive. They just look kind of just lost or distracted, or they're thinking of something else. Yeah, it's not quite it. Not quite it. Hmm. Yeah, exactly. Mostly looks mean and rough on the outside, but is really nice slash beautiful on the inside. Kind of like a bear slash teddy bear concept. Could be. Yeah, I mean, if I can capture that kind of like interesting depth, that'd be fun. Also, the like striations look like they're spiraling out like that. Something to keep in mind. Okay. This is a tough one. I think I might try going back to this like hat concept. And they could be wearing a bunch of them. It's kind of what I'm like. I really want to just coat them in it, but then I'm like, are they gonna look too strong? Maybe not. Like if it looks all kind of haphazard and kind of bashed together, maybe not. Like they're just kind of wearing junkyard armor or something like that. Hmm. And I'm like, I'm wanting to give them abrasiveness, but yeah, this is gonna look too strong, I think. Giving them like a shield and riot gear. I don't think it fits the vibe. Alright. Okay. Apathetic. Abalone turns his back on you. The face, yeah, the face and hands, pretty part, and then the rest is rough shell. Yes. I mean, it could be that like it's on its stomach too, right? Get the hands on the shoulder, or the hands on the hips kind of pose, like I'm judging you. Look at me in my fantastic, crunchy, crusty shell and hat. Done. MouseHunt. I'm an artist. Look at me go. Alright, let's see. Looks like it's taking a nibble of it. I don't know why, but I want to give him goggles. Nah, no goggles. Bring the hat down to like shade the eyes. Get like crunchy bits on the shoulders. Now we got a little more of a town guard kind of going on here. Might be an okay fodder mouse that you encounter a bunch, right? Goodness, this would be the worst armor though. Just okay, try and bend over and pick up something. So probably not a tummy shell. It just at least that size. Not ideal. Okay, maybe they're like turning their head up at you, giving you a kind of look. Yeah, that might be good. All right, let's try this. Okay, the pose is definitely awkward. But it could be interesting. Okay, I definitely think that I have to do some serious kind of rework on it. Kind of like got an aristocratic vibe. Could be kind of interesting. Let's see. I just want to like really explore a wide range of concepts before I kind of like start to actually work into existence an illustration. Yeah, like again, like I really like the visual concept of making it these kind of cool like armor bits. Um, Let me look at like the future mice. Um, okay, so scallop barnacle. Yeah, so okay, let me look at what is that? Metazoza. Don't know if I've ever seen that word before. Ah, it's like a jellyfish. Interesting. Nettle. Yes, okay. More jellyfish type thing. Okay, so that makes sense. Um, so all the like barnacle-y shell kind of vibes are their own tier. So I want to keep it grouped. I can't just shift this mouse into a higher tier group. Interesting. Okay. Well, I think that I can maybe push them a little bit. Yeah, I think it's fine. Okay. So thinking of kind of like gameplay and how this works. I like the idea that these kind of shell kind of vibe mice are very slow and thick and kind of um, hard to move. They're anchored kind of uh, character, right? Very kind of grounded and thick and just kind of, you know, they impede you maybe. But either way, yeah, like it's very much just kind of you're not shoving them out of the way kind of idea. So I think that this is okay. Just thinking of kind of like the rest of the characters and how the gameplay works, that might be okay to make them like really tough looking, right? Um, so yeah, let's try out the armor thing. You know, I keep thinking I want to go in there, um, and I think I want it to be that they're like not like mobile and super dangerous and kind of like gonna wreck you, but more just like you can't get through them kind of look, right? Like they're very just kind of like crunchy and unmoving. So let's almost give them like a turtle shell of it. There's like they just haven't moved for so long that they just have it like all this stuff just growing on them. They got nothing but scowls for you. Make those like ears heavy with gravity. Yeah. They just they got no time for your garbage. Yeah. So solid, unmoving, apathetic. Like a porcupine fish. So if we have the shell kind of coming off the back like this, like we're seeing the underside of it, that'll give us a moment to glimpse that kind of like beautiful kind of mother of pearl on the underside there. Could be nice. Let's maybe move that like spiral more to the center maybe, or should it be off center, like off the shoulder more? I kind of want them to just like have their arms crossed. like, I'm not into what you're trying to sell me, sir. Long limbs. I just kind of want them like sitting on a park bench like this. Just like taking up too much space. Looking all kind of grumpy and crusty. Grouchy. Getting like little spirals on the elbows to kind of mimic the shell, maybe. Hmm. Kind of want them just like sitting on something, judging me. Okay, so this arm, need that to kind of, whoop. Maybe a little more like that. He just looks like more disgruntled. Although if we make them looking at us, maybe we kind of turn the head a bit more towards us. move it this way, and then the facial features, if we just kind of move those more to the center. More of a kind of now they look like they're just kind of like dismissive, which is good. I think that's kind of the right vibe, right? Although abrasive would be more in your face, I think, so we continue to try and make them directly addressing us. Not looking sad about it, looking more angry. And I'll tell you one more thing. Get off my lawn. Okay. It's okay, but not quite the right pose. I think what I want to do is I want to move the arms, create a different posture. So like they're chewing us out. So this arm I want to be kind of like out and propped on this knee. Right? And then this arm can just be kind of like shaking their fist. Big hand. Okay, that hand isn't quite right. I mean, it could also be doing the same pose. Just elbows lurched forward kind of thing. Like he's ready to get up and just brah, 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 brah. Okay, that's looking a little more kind of like got angry and is just telling us. Brah, 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 brah. So that's feeling a little more abrasive. That's kind of an interesting pose with the arms kind of like pushed forward like this. Don't think it's one I've really used. That's kind of interesting. Might need to work on it a little bit to kind of make sure it is working. Maybe the head needs needs to shift forward a bit more. Okay, and now I kind of do want to change their pose back to just being like grumpy. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, that's kind of fun. All right, I'm starting to get somewhere with this. It's nice. They look like the school bully, just kind of judging and being like, I gotta put them in their place because I am so insecure. Your hat is dumb. Yeah, I think I like the elbows forward pose a lot. They look like they're like gesturing that they want to get up and be mad, but they're not actually going to. That's kind of what it's communicating right now. Okay, and then we can put like lots of fun details onto this character. Like the whole kind of barnacle kind of idea, right? Yeah. We will have to work the proportions, certainly. Okay. I'm just kind of trying to figure out the like rough pose. Barnacles can be like tattoos on his body. Heh. I like that. Yeah, the pouting. I think that kind of makes it kind of adorably kind of like this this dude sucks, but like it's kind of funny. A little pout. I might want to change the angle on this shell completely. Kind of like slope it off the back a bit more. So let's try redrawing that. So this might give me a better opportunity to kind of like look at the pose and just kind of assess. Got big arms. Not quite sure what they're sitting on, but they sit on it a lot and for long periods of time. Kind of want like stuff like just almost growing between them to just show that this character just does not leave this spot. Like this leg and arm are maybe a little long. Perhaps a little more like that. Yeah. 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 Just they're huffing, just like kind of upset. Okay. I think I'm into this pose a bit more. Okay, I think the wrist needs to kind of put the weight here, have the hand kind of more over the top of this thigh here. Give them stumpy little fingers. I almost want the shell to be this tiny little thing on it. Just, it's outgrown it. Oh no, they are definitely leaning forward like a ridiculous amount. Oh, hunchback, just hunching forward. It'll make more sense, I think, when we put the shell back on, to kind of like have this like heavy. And I think now I want it to look attached, right? So maybe that's coming off too much. And again, like it's also a case of like these are super cool looking shells, so I want to show that. I think I can do that by like giving like the arms and stuff like that kind of texture, and like show that, right? So like the idea of, well, the elbow kind of like having this kind of growing on it would be kind of cool. Right? But it like doesn't suit the forms in a lot of places. Like the shoulders, yeah, that'd be great on the shoulders, but like maybe kind of don't like what I did to this elbow. Well, I should be able to just repaint it instead of undoing everything. Like I want it to have texture and all kinds of goodies like that. It's tough. It's tough. Like I really want to get this shell in here and make it about that, right? I mean, does his tummy have a shell? Could be that. I do like the idea of like little bit of the inside of the shell peeking through here to kind of show that like lovely pearlescence. So like if these are the outsides of the shells, we just get a hint of it under here. Trying to figure out what I want to do with its tail. Like if it's just kind of short and kind of direct like that, it almost looks more kind of like impatient. Does look like ladybird wings, yeah. Hmm. Maybe they're kind of wearing layers of it. I need the shoulder to kind of stand a bit stronger with it. Maybe if I shrink it down. This mouse got the beer belly by always just sitting grumpily and not going around. Which is very much sedentary. Found this kind of crusty log and just plopped down on it one day, and that's just it. Just does not like to move. Just kind of yells at everyone walking by. It's a big belt buckle, yeah, exactly. I like it. I think maybe the holes on it kind of travel more on the outside. The outer kind of ridge. They also kind of like grow over with age. They kind of, I guess maybe they calcify up or something like that, but they kind of do everything out of those holes. Um, does not sound like a good time being one of them creatures. Not that they have brains. Okay, so the pose is kind of telling an interesting story. They definitely have some character to them, which I dig. Um, Making it kind of fit the frame. So if I turn off my references and just kind of like put them into composition, they're very kind of like, you know, small. right? It's kind of like this square composition. So like if I can use more of the vertical space, that would probably be good. I could be like sitting on something. Or something could be up here. Or I could stand them up and just kind of have them doing this lurching forward pose. I could try that. It could be kind of interesting to see what that would look like. I like them sitting and being very stationary, but at the same time I'm kind of curious what they would do if I stood them up. Now they're just kind of like stamping their arms down on a surface, which is good too. That feels very abrasive. They're just getting up in someone's face, right? So if there's just some kind of like tabletop actually, let's turn this into a showpiece of a shell. Try it out, right? Yeah, they look like they've stood up abruptly from their chair now. How dare you? Kind of. They look a little too ready for action, is the problem. Climbing over a thing. Hmm. Yeah, like this is more kind of like they're not actually going to do something about it. They got a problem, but they're just being grouchy about it and being, upset with others instead of dealing with it. The other one's kind of like they are dealing with it. But I mean, maybe abrasive is kind of that. But at the same time, like this feels more like they're strong and coming after stuff, which could be good too. I mean, maybe they were hiding behind this, and now they're like, ha, a hunter, and their cheese. I'm gonna get them. Like that kind of works too, right? Sitting on a taller rock is a great idea. I like looming over and like not looking down, just looming from above. I kind of enjoy that. That's funny. Yeah, sitting on a tall rock. Yeah, they look like you wouldn't notice them, and then when you walk by, they like start talking and or just upset at anything, and then they get upset at you, and you're just like, "What? Get me out of here!" Just looking for trouble. This could be fun. Okay, so we'll have the base of the rock go right up under the knee. And we'll drop this one a bit. Actually, do a little more of that, I think. Now they're like leaning into this dialogue they're spouting. Get more of an opportunity to see the underside of that shell. Okay, the legs here. Let's do something better with those. Kind of want to give them like Crocs. Not making a statement about Crocs, but I just kind of think that's funny. Underwater Crocs. Yeah, I don't think this fits the overall vibe, but they do have tiny feet. Teeny tiny feet. Yeah, I like the idea of the seaweed as well. Ooh, shell slippers. I like that. I don't know if I actually want footwear on this character, but could be good. Footwear on mice is always a challenge to me. Might be getting a little too fancy. Um, Also, the angle of these are weird. It's hard to kind of really grasp what that's about. So I think I'm going to just go back to simple toes out. Um, Mainly though because just kind of like, I think if I put too many embellishments and outfit bits on this character, I worry that they're feeling a little more kind of high tier. So this is supposed to be like a basic bait mouse is the thing. Very much low tier fish in the pond kind of vibe. Um, so I don't want them to be too crazy and kind of looking too much like, you know, they're kitted out or whatever. Um, so even like with this background, I'm kind of like, I'm gonna need to mute that down to kind of not make it too special. But at the same time, I think gameplay wise, there's room to make it so that the fodder mice aren't just total pushovers. Um, they're not like what you want to pursue, which is fine if they're like all kind of like abrasive and kind of, you know, grumpy or whatever. Um, but they're not like the ones you're after. You wandered into their territory. Yeah, okay. It's like this is the basic mouse instead of the special boss. Exactly. Yeah, we want these to be just kind of your fodder, your kind of like catching these to build up to the cooler, challenges, right? So like they're not particularly special to encounter is the thing. But at the same time, I want every single character to like be interesting and kind of like have its own kind of, you know, when you look at it, you're like, that's a cool character. They're interesting, but they need to kind of like communicate, their own story a little bit, and also kind of like mechanically, what are they kind of doing? What are they gonna offer you to kind of like encounter? What does that mean? Um, so I think that because they don't give you much and they can kind of like be bad to encounter, like I think it's okay that they're kind of like rougher and like gruff and just kind of like, you know, but they're not the boss. They're not gonna, knock you out or have like incredible rewards. Like I think that's kind of like maybe the thing is like they do not give you the good rewards or anything like that. They're Spartan like that. Um, let's see. Okay, I like this rock also kind of leaning forward their pose. They just found a rock that kind of is doing what they're doing, judging us stoically. And we can have fun kind of detailing up a rock. Why not? Although again, like really, I want to kind of like show off the whole abalone shell, right? It's kind of the interesting potential of this character. But we'll give them this kind of jagged, not worn or not weathered rock to sit on. It's more aggressive that way. Does Mez have a spear or a weapon? No, actually, I don't think they do. I think they're just kind of... They got this outfit, but they're not kitted out. That could change, but for now I think they're more just kind of like an impediment, but not powerful. Yeah, I think maybe I'll make this rock kind of have those textures of the abalone, and I want it to be like gritty and coarse looking, right? Mm. Yeah, it'll look more like seaweed. Again, I don't want to like go too strong on giving background elements. That kind of, we do that a little bit more for kind of stronger characters. But I do like a little bit of this. I think I can make it subtle enough. Yeah, I don't want it to be just like smoke. Alright, that's its tail. It does still look pretty smoke-like, but it'll be fine when there's like more rendering and color happening. Yeah. We'll have him looking off this direction. Thank you. Much appreciated. All right, so let's see. We are at 12:43. Uh, we'll go on lunch break in 15 minutes, basically, and then I'll be back an hour after that, after I've eaten some lunch and probably done a little bit of work on the axe. Maybe I'll bring it over and show you. Um, it's in a very heavy pitch bowl though, and it is a big axe, so it'd be a bit awkward, but maybe. All right, and yeah, I think before that we can kind of let's move this sketch up to the top. Um, we can kind of block in our silhouettes, right? So if I go to the mouse folder and I just kind of drop a couple of layers there, and let's go for something like this and just kind of block in our main shapes to get that started. And I want this to be a very jagged rock. So we'll have nice, sharp kind of edges. Very cutting and gritty, which is abrasives. So I'm just trying to get the right angle on this. Kind of want to look somewhat down at it. And nice big flat there. Big flat top rock. Let's actually do another layer on top of that. Something like this, just kind of carving some really aggressive highlights into it. Kind of show some rock facets. So something quick like that. It really kind of shows how jagged it is, right? Cool. All right. So I turn off that sketch. Can kind of make out the overall shape of this. Seems fine for now. All right. So then the mouse. Let's put this in the rock folder. There we go. Took a second to put those in their own folders. Good job, me. Okay, so for the mouse, let's grab something. Well, let's pull up our reference images and see if there's kind of like a color we want to go with. So there's kind of like both purples and rusts that I think are kind of like a nice range for it. I kind of like this really crunchy, gravelly look but like the greens and the reds are really quite interesting too. There's some vibrant colors here. I think um, the red abalone is only like West Coast or something. Um, Something like that, I think, but I might be wrong. Let's go for something a little more like that. I got 8 minutes, so let's just block in some of this. Alright, so the shell we'll do that on a layer behind the mouse, at least for these bits of the shell. Okay. Then the mouse, we'll do a little more. Let's go more pale, I think. And as always with kind of blocking and silhouettes, this is all just placeholders that we will change. These colors are merely to kind of like let me see them apart from each other so I can kind of carve them out easily. Alright, get the hair on this layer too. So I kind of wanted the hair to like have the kind of tendrils and stuff that come out of the abalone shells. They're like many, many feet, grippy things. Something like that. Good. Yeah, maybe like that. Do another layer on top. This one we're going to get a little dimmer. And this will be for the leaning forward bits of the torso. And I think the legs, and we'll do a shell behind this. I think this leg. Other leg will be on another layer, I think. Okay, so if I do a layer here, we'll see if this works. Maybe it won't. The tummy shell. layer behind that. Sure, we'll get the tail in here too. Although it might be better to be behind the rock almost. Okay, I kind of want, just for the sake of how the layers work, well, kind of want this arm. Maybe these arms can be on the same layer. Yeah, and then back here. Oh, but this one goes in front. I see. No, it's this layer I want. And then trim that shell. Okay. So we got 1 minute before we go on lunch break. I think that's a pretty good spot to be in. So I'm gonna put the sketch as its own draft layer. That way when I'm grabbing colors, it's not going to be impacted by the sketch, and when I like try and grab a specific layer, I'm not grabbing the sketch layer. So that's useful. Okay, they do look sufficiently grumpy and upsetting to interact with, if you will. Alright, so I'm going to just put a little bit of color into some of the bits. And then we're going on lunch. Alright. Not bad. I think they look like they're gonna cause you trouble. But at the same time, they are not even like, you know, a mid-boss. They're a goon, right? They're just gonna get in your way, be annoying, and like, you know, make you just kind of like, God, get out of my way. I'm trying to do a thing, you know? So I think that's pretty good actually for the what they do. So they don't seem like they're OP or like boss material, which is good. I want them to feel like, yeah, oh, that's maybe a bully. Okay, that accidentally did a thing on the wrong layer. Now we're on the correct layer. Okay. Yeah, so it is now 2 o'clock. We're going to go on lunch break for an hour. And when I return, we will get to a rendering. But yeah, I also want to do things like look at it in grayscale and do a lot of value kind of shifting and stuff to get it where I need it to. But let's go on lunch. I'll be back in 59 minutes. I'll put up a timer so you know exactly when I'll be back. Actually set it to 58. Okay. So also, I should probably save this. Let me just do this real quick in case when I go to the save menu, it gives you spoilers. And I don't want to give you spoilers. I would never give you spoilers. Go to the correct area. Saved. Good. All right. So now let's go back here. And yeah, let's actually put up a little time lapse to show kind of all the scribblings we've done thus far. And I'll be back. All right. Let's shrink this over here. Now let's shift this over here and set it to all. Okay. Enjoy that loop. I'll be back. Hello. And we're back. Howdy, 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 howdy. Alright, so let me get rid of that. And bring back the stream. Also, I was about to stand up and grab axe stuff, but Charlie here just decided to pop onto my lap and say hello. So, whoop. Okay. Hello, welcome back. Alright. I mentioned that I was gonna show what I was working on with the axe thing, so let me go grab that real quick. BRB. This is very heavy. I feel like my desk is not happy with it, but oh, so this is my pitch bowl. It is not actually pine resin pitch, which is the traditional method, but it's got a lot of cement in it. I made a smaller one, and I filled it with like hunks of steel, so it's like basically as heavy as this, but much smaller. All right, it's a bit awkward to show, but like here is the big axe with the lady spider. And what I'm doing right now is I'm using a bunch of chisels I blacksmithed out of some W1 steel and a tiny hammer, just like a little chasing hammer. This one's a brass hammer. Not the ideal material because it is softer, so it is kind of mushrooming the end of it, but it's a good weight. And actually, I really like the design. It's actually like a bartender ice pick kind of style tool that I found at an antique show, and I love this thing. It's great, but like the length of the handle, the dimensions of it are like perfect for doing little chasing work. So we actually, I'm just gonna put this down. It's kind of heavy. What you want to do is do like little tap tap tap. So it doesn't take a lot of force, but it's just a lot of like little taps, and you want it to be like loose and pivot in your hand very easily. You don't want like a really hard, just kind of firm grip, because that's just bad for your mechanics and control and all that fun stuff. But yeah, so these are like some of the tools. I've made tons of these. I got to make tons more, but they're a lot of fun. But yeah, this is the actual inlay piece. And so what's going to happen is this piece of brass is going to be embedded into the face of the axe, which I'm carving out a channel right now, or like the body of that, and like raising the walls so that when I come back and I anneal this, I'm going to put like a bunch of spikes in the base of this, and I can hammer this down into it, and it actually, all the spikes will kind of embed into that softer metal, and then the walls that I raised on the steel, I'll hammer those down, and those will capture it. The sides of this I actually filed so there's a little bit of a kind of taper to it, so it'll help capture that in place. And then it'll be kind of set down like 1/2 millimeter or a little bit more, so this will actually be sitting proud on the surface. And then I'm going to go around and I'm going to carve it and sculpt it, so it'll be a little three-dimensional. It's kind of hard to see her, and she's holding a sword, and she's got all those cool spider feet. But I do have a sketch of it, and I know this isn't MouseHunt stuff, but I wanted to share it because it's fun. All right, let me grab that. So this is kind of the sketch that I sent the client of kind of like roughly what I want to create. So something like that. But since it is just something that I'm kind of like, I don't have like a big cool tool to transfer perfect designs, or I'm not laser cutting it or anything. I'm just doing it hand and chisel, so it'll turn out how it turns out. Um, but yeah, I mean, I kind of like roughly scribed in, kind of, well, again, small camera, um, roughly scribed in the features. Kind of maybe see that if it decides to focus on it. But the scratches kind of like show me where I want to kind of carve and relief it. So like the feet will come out towards us, and the sleeves and the arm with the sword, and like torso will kind of fall back. Yeah, it's kind of like there's a lot of like techniques that I'm experimenting with that I haven't really done exactly that way yet. So it's a fun project, definitely a laborious one. I've been carving out the base of that for quite some time, like a few days now. But I'm enjoying it a lot. Let me just get this off my desk. Yeah, so that's kind of like the main axe throwing project I'm working on currently, but I also have multiple sheaths I'm working on creating, which are kind of nearly done. I just need to like do the actual like painting on the final kind of canvas area and then sew that in and it'll be done. So those are like pretty close. I could finish those off pretty soon. I just haven't. But yeah, anyways, let's go back to art. So we are working on, in case you're tuning in just now, we are creating an abrasive abalone mouse. So it's an under the sea kind of creature. They're very grumpy, not having a good time, and they aren't afraid to let you know it. We started this at 11 this morning from kind of blank canvas and have just been kind of working it up. Now that we're off our lunch break, I'm going to be kind of just tuning the details on this, getting it to where I'm kind of happy with it, and then we'll go into kind of more polished rendering, not the final pass. Usually I don't do the kind of final pass on stream because that is just so finicky, you barely see anything changing. So I'll take it pretty far, I think, today because it's going relatively smoothly. I mean, we did like, let's see, there's a lot of sketches. So these are all those different layers are kind of various trying different things sketches. This is an abalone. It's a very ancient kind of unevolved mollusk, if you will. And they have very beautiful kind of like shells. They're really interesting. These kind of like holes in the shells are kind of where they breathe and poop and do all their business. And they kind of close up over the many years that they live, and like the kind of ones at the ends are the ones that they use. But yeah, they basically have like a big foot, which is their body, that they cling to rocks and just feed. But yeah, they're kind of creepy and cool. And yeah, we want an abrasive character for this. This is going to be a low tier mouse in a new area we're working on. And yeah, they're not like particularly valuable, and they're not a character you're wanting to kind of chase after and go after. They're kind of like low tier. They kind of don't give you a lot when you get them, but you kind of need to work your way through them potentially. So this is kind of just a representation of that. Just difficult to kind of deal with character, and tough as nails, but like not a boss, not like a high value target or something like that. So that's the idea there. Hopefully that works. And I don't think I have a Larry link for you today, unfortunately. Although we'll just use this as here's my layer link to you. So I've been helping out with the content management side of MouseHunt a little bit, getting some kind of training to learn how to upload assets, build items, and link things together, and kind of like write descriptions and plug it into the game effectively. Um, and part of kind of doing that task and learning that role was I got to write all the wall posts for the King's giveaway. So if you go to the Facebook kind of uh, page for Mouse Hunt, the game, there'll be like a bunch of King's giveaway news posts that would be basically nearly every day. And each one has some goodies. So there you go. There should be one today. And yeah, sorry I don't have any layer link for you right now. Maybe I'll end up grabbing one before the stream ends. But yeah, that's where we're at the moment. Okay, so on to the actual artwork, since I've been rambling for 10 minutes already. One of the things I noticed is during the actual kind of time lapse that was running during the lunch break, I noticed that I really preferred the elbow from a different sketch. I kind of tried to put a shell over it, and then I was like, I don't like the shell. I erased it and redrew that really quick. But it doesn't have the correct kind of like orientation that an earlier iteration of that sketch really did justice on. I think I like the idea of these elbows kind of like really prop forward. That one. So this elbow here is kind of like more the dynamic I like, and here's where I kind of messed it up there. But yeah, so I want that elbow. And thankfully, one of the things that I do when I'm kind of like developing sketches is I don't discard a sketch, even if it's totally not the direction I want to go in. So like this, well, it's really hard to see. Let me crank that up and hide this and this. So like this was just kind of like, oh, the shell upside down. Kind of we were looking at exploring like a Venus mouse kind of coming out of a grody shell, which was a fun idea, but we didn't end up going that direction. But often what I'll do is I'll kind of like work up a sketch and I'm like, I want to like go in a different direction. I'll duplicate that sketch and then just work on the duplicated layer, because that way I can kind of like, you know, branch out instead of just kind of like erasing and drawing and kind of destroying what I had. Right, so you can see kind of an evolution of like this one, the pose was like bad, right? Like this was really rough, and we kind of like did this, and I'm like, you know what? I don't want that shell so kind of like awkward and big, and so I took the shell off, and then we kind of like made it more armor, and I put them standing behind like a shelf thing, but like it looked too aggressive, too active. I want this character to be like really sedentary, and just kind of like not gonna do anything but like be a grumpy, annoying character to the player. So that's the idea there. So I'm just gonna grab this arm and we're gonna copy that as a layer, bring it all the way to the top of the sketch layer, turn that one off, turn this one on, and we'll move it into position. And what we can do is we can use a clipping mask to just erase away the old one, and then repaint in what would be valid around it. So do some of that. See that? Pretty cool. Can also do the same thing, erasing away. So one of the things is there's this kind of shell that I do want to go over top. And one of the things I think that's different from this sketch here is I actually shrunk some of it. So like maybe I need to kind of scale this arm a little bit down, position it a bit better. Something like that. Now I do want to make sure that this shell back here is shown a bit more. So if I shift that arm up just ever so slightly, there's a little more of this gap. And what that allows is the inside of these shells to really kind of show off that like mother of pearl kind of texture, which is really quite lovely. So we get this like really gross, crunchy, barky, kind of gritty, grimy, rusty, whatever, blah blah blah, kind of outside of this, and then like on the inside there's this kind of beautifully polished material just kind of peeking out, which is kind of like a fun contrast. So just gonna bring some more of that in there. Cool. All right, so now I think there is kind of like this, ah yeah, that's the tilt of the elbow. It's like so aggressively just twisted at us, which is very crazy. They're just fully kind of like just shoving their elbows forward. I don't even think I could do that. It looks painful. But I like a kind of over the top pose a little bit. So I think that's probably good for the sketch. So I'm going to bring that back. And yeah, let's fix the shell here to kind of give us a little space to show the underside of the shell. I think I'll even have it kind of tilted more so we see more of the underside of it. And we'll do things like play with the silhouette of it. So like that's the outside kind of shape, right? So if I were to fill this in with a flat color, hello? Yeah, there we go. If I were to fill it in with a flat color and like turn off the sketch, the silhouette is that kind of like that cutout shape, right? And one of the things about a silhouette is you can really communicate texture very effectively by showing how coarse or smooth or sloped or soft or hard that edge is. And even if you don't do a lot of kind of texturing, that silhouette can actually communicate those ideas for us very, very well. So that's one of the things that we'll get to do with the shell kind of where it is placed. Silhouette's handy for that. We'll also do another clipping layer here, and this is where we can kind of do that mother of pearl look here. Just kind of having that peeking out from underneath. It almost looks like mushrooms right now. But we can have some fun with that. Now, for it to be like this really kind of like frustrating and difficult to deal with character, we don't want it to be, too, whoa, what's that? Is that like magic kind of glowy and fancy and stuff? They're very, again, like they are low tier, very much just kind of fodder character. So we'll see. All right, is this the same layer? Yeah, it is. That's fine. Just have the tail coming off here. And the butt. All right, well, come mess with that. All right, so the sketch, usually when I'm kind of blocking in silhouettes, I put it to about 30% opacity. And then when I'm kind of rendering things, I'll drop it further and further until it's literally turned off. I think I still want to fix this arm, so I'm actually going to bring the sketch back up so I can see it a bit better. And this is the arm here. Let's overpaint that for a second just so that I can see the sketch. Now, often what I would do is I would kind of break this thigh and this hand into their own separate layers. But I feel like probably don't need to do that. Okay. And let's just fill that gap there. So if I turn off the shoulders, there's like a bunch of empty spots. Might as well fill those in. Cool. Okay. They look good and grouchy. Goal achieved. Okay, so one of the things that is really good to do early on is to look at it in grayscale. And this is where we can kind of like start to set up our value structure for the piece, where we can determine like, oh, this is the like more kind of darker tones, the lighter tones, the mid tones, and kind of create a hierarchy that way. So something that would be nice is, let's say the rock, if we kind of establish like this kind of gradient on it, I think that could be nice. So what I want to do is maybe determine, well, actually, let's see. Let's put this here. Just trying to figure out if I need that to clip or not. It's better if I don't. If I duplicate this, however, and I don't have that clip, and I merge that down, huzzah. Then I can combine these. Okay, now we have our highlights. There we go. That's working better. Not that that made any sense. I just wanted to kind of like get that top of the rock attached to the actual rock silhouette, so that when I make adjustments to the rock silhouette, it'll just be a little easier to work with. And have this highlight kind of on its own separate layer. So I can do things like, if I want it to be a like an add glow, or like change the layer effect. Lighten might be okay. We'll go with normal for now. All right, so we can set up a gradient on this rock. And let's do a brightness layer. And we'll grab our gradient. Now what I would like to do is kind of choose what is kind of like the highest contrast point on this piece. So generally what you want to have the high contrast is like something like the face or hands, items of kind of like, you know, this is the main storytelling piece, like an expression, an action that the character is doing, that kind of stuff. Like you want to draw attention to that. And naturally you're already kind of wanting to look at those things anyways. That's just what we do as human beings, is like we look for kind of like information, and often there is information in kind of like people's hands and their face. So we automatically kind of like look towards those things. So we'll make sure that they stand out well enough. And what we can do is kind of like pick like, okay, to help increase the contrast and kind of like define those things, I'm going to give the shells, put those into kind of like the darker tones and push that contrast that way. I do want to keep the underside of the shell kind of lit, like there's all this light still able to get in there somehow. Um, and then what I don't want to do is I don't want to use kind of like shadows and highlights to kind of define these kind of structures, the value structure. For example, hang on, let me swap my camera real quick so I don't accidentally spoil anything if there's anything behind door number 1. Okay, I can close that. Yep, that would have been some spoiler stuff. All right, cool. We're good now. All right, so the background on my computer, I have this, because this is just one of those things I always want to come back to, and it's a little cut off here, but so like this is a compositional thing that like my favorite art teacher I ever had, Sam Nielsen. When adding a third value, artists often make the mistake of using it to shade forms. Instead, use the third value to control the composition. So in the bottom left, it's kind of cut off, but you can see what's going on where the layout is kind of like all of like the ranges are on each of the pieces. So like the rock goes all the way from brightest to darkest. This kind of mount and the character, even the background, they all kind of go across that entire range of values. And it's kind of something that you end up doing when you're just kind of like adding shadows and trying to like figure that out. But what you should do is kind of like group them into kind of like structures of value. So the mount itself is kind of like mid-tone for like the whole thing. The background is kind of like, dark mid. The character is light and on a dark backdrop, so it like really pops them out, right? And just kind of like thinking of it more in terms of kind of like a compositional structure as opposed to just kind of like creating some kind of realistic lighting scheme. And it, it's a little bit of artistic kind of interpretation, where like, yeah, like there might be like big bright highlights on this beast, but it would be better compositionally, structurally if you didn't. So you can kind of like intentionally kind of control that and rein that in and kind of like restrict those values in ways that enhance the readability of your actual work. So what I want to do here is kind of like identify, okay, how do I want to kind of use that idea? So if I want the character to kind of be the most kind of important thing that stands out, I want to kind of like bring the highest contrast to them. So like I might decide to kind of like have the face against this shell be a lot kind of brighter. So let's bring that up. And we're just using a brightness layer, also known as like a luminosity layer. But if I kind of like pump that up, and the arms, and basically the whole thing, I think I'm gonna just end up lightening up the character. Now, what I also need to keep in mind is like the background, right? That can also have its own kind of tone to it. But generally, I want it to be a structure of this. So to like have that arm kind of like read right now, if you like squint, a lot of this is disappearing, and that's even worse, right? Um, if it was kind of like this mid-tone and you're squinting, you can still see that arm kind of cut out. But right now, when I squint, that arm disappears. So that's even worse, right? I've made that contrast worse. But that's just because the background value is not working with this, right? So we'll have to adjust that as well. But what we're potentially able to do with this is um, make these shells kind of like really pop and stand out. And I might even pull these back a bit now. So have it be like midtones and shadows versus only kind of like the darker tones. Oop. Same with this layer here. Midtones and shadows, right? So like you can kind of structure this with just 3 values. And honestly, by limiting yourself like that, it's kind of useful because you really got to solve that better. And I'm not even doing it where it's just like a hard, flat color or anything like that. Um, Normally, what you would kind of want to do for that compositional layout is to do this kind of like flat study where you really have to commit to kind of like here are highlights, here are midtones, here are my shadows. Um, and it's fun. You can do that. I just kind of don't. So that's just how I be. I don't always do that. I don't often kind of do that to that level where you have it like actually kind of posterized and stepped. Uh, okay, so I'm going to bring that up to be matching that midtone, right? So now there is like, these are definitely separated out from each other, the shells and the character. And as long as they kind of remain in that range where they're not overlapping each other. So like if the lighting condition is the same on both of these, the shell should always be darker in that same light than the mouse's fur, right? Because it's like the actual like material, the base material. If you have it in bright sunlight, you know, this dark shell or dark rock and a white t-shirt or something, those laying out in the same sunlight, you know, they're going to give you different brightness, right? The white is reflecting as much light as it can, and then like the shell or the rock or whatever, they're absorbing a lot of that light and not kind of bouncing it all back at you. Hence why it's darker. But then when you reduce the amount of light in total, same thing. It's like it is a bit of a ratio. So you know, in like a twilight or in a shaded area, you know, your t-shirt's still going to be a lot brighter because it's still kind of returning more photons to a point. Um, but yeah, so I think there's like one of the things that's also good is like really zooming out and kind of like squinting at it and seeing if there is kind of this like visible structure. Like I can understand how things are connected together. So like the torso here, for example, that I think needs to still be brighter to kind of like match, be like, hey, this is all the same material, right? And then the arm up here, I'm going to brighten that up. And we'll start to do things with like, okay, the lighting would be kind of adding a highlight here and shadow and all that. But okay, so now I want to go back to the rock, and I'm going to actually get the, let's do another layer. Let's just kind of blast it. And get a bit of texture on the brush here. And just kind of, while squinting at it, try and make sure that that stands out from the character on it. And I don't need it to be the important thing. So right now, with like how hard those edges are and the contrast around it, it becomes more important. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start to like peel that away. And I'm actually going to brighten it up at the bottom and kind of like let that fade into kind of like the atmosphere of this space. So we're like in water right now. So it's going to be easy to justify, you know, murky edges and just kind of like things having a bit of a haze and that kind of idea. But I think where we're kind of like getting close to this character, we can kind of like really have that kind of darker, have them stand out on it nicely. And then we'll see what happens when we go back into the color view. Again, like the background is going to need to kind of like get behind the character to kind of really darken that a bit. So I'm going to actually add that seaweed. And let's just grab some kind of seaweedy color and just kind of really, really roughly block this in. But we're basically using it to kind of like have the arm here kind of stand out in the thigh. But I don't want it blending into the shell at the same time. So I'm going to have that conveniently not overlap right there. And honestly, this is still really early, so we're going to have to do a lot of refining at any rate. So don't worry too much about it being just right. We're still like roughing in everything. Kind of like how the tail is almost emulating the seaweed flow. So I don't want them to be too similar. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at it in color and be amazed at how horrible it looks with the color. That's fine. Okay, so let's hide the sketch for a second as well. I think the character is too bright. We're also actually going to have a different kind of color background. So I really should bring that concept in before I go too much further. So we have kind of like a potentially cyan-ish background. And yeah, right now, like with the stone like this, I like the stone. That's kind of cool. This whole kind of mouse backdrop. There we go. That's a little more the tone that it's probably going to have. And we've got like more green in there, I think. So something probably like this. Let's fade that around. And we'll use an eraser to make sure that we're not overlapping. Oop. The perimeter like that. I just don't want any hard edges when it's exported. Because basically when you're looking at this in kind of the panel view of all the characters in the area, you can end up having kind of like if we don't catch that like drop shadows or whatever on the ground or like the border of the background, having just like this weird kind of cut edge can look bad. It's not the end of the world with like mice and just a giant table of them. Sometimes it's worse with like items that have kind of like glows that we don't catch the edge of, and that can just look a little bit messy. So something like this. Okay. Can even get like little bubbles and stuff in it, debris, whatever we want. But something like that to just kind of give us a tone to work off of. So if we go back into grayscale again, we're losing that arm, right? So we need to kind of use value to kind of bring it out. So when it comes to like developing contrast for kind of like just composition and all kinds of things, value is probably one of the strongest tools. So light to dark and how those kind of play off each other is like one of the strongest things you can use. Um, Now I don't want to use shadow to just carve that completely. I can use it to do a bit of that work. So like right now, this character is kind of like lit pretty pretty evenly. Maybe there's like a bit of shadow from the ear and the shell here, but and like the back there, but like the front of the arms and knees and feet, they're all kind of like evenly lit. So what we'll end up doing is kind of like creating a light source, like our kind of main light, some ambient light, rim light, all these different lighting kind of angles and colors and stuff can really change the mood of the piece too. So that'll be part of it. Because again, we are really trying to push this like abrasive character. They are grumpy, they are not friendly, and they'll let you know how not friendly they are. So, I want lighting that can kind of assist in that too. I think normally for something that's kind of like really, aggressive or like evil or something, I might do like an underlight. But that can be so dramatic, it kind of like amplifies how cool they are and how like dangerous they are. So I don't think I want this character to have an underlighting. Um, they're not that powerful to get underlighting, I suppose, or something like that. I want them to be backlit though. So like the light is raking off of them from behind, and they're kind of like hiding themselves a bit in shadow, a little bit. So using that kind of principle, I think I'm going to try and establish the lighting based off that. So one of the things I like to do when kind of like creating a lighting scheme is kind of paint everything as if there are no lights, no direct lights or anything like that. Uh, but like rather the ambient light of the scene. So I think what we would want for an ambient light would be kind of like, we're underwater. So I'm thinking, let's try and kind of solve that. One thing I want to do is just like an overlay over the whole character. And this is such a quick way to be able to kind of like create that, harmony with it, where I can just kind of like go over the whole thing with a layer, just all the mouse, right? And it's effective, but then when I go into the individual layers and I want to paint stuff, it kind of becomes a pain because this is on top of the whole group that is the mouse. And to like work on a single area, I can go inside of that folder and work on it there, but then it's under these layers. And one technique I've done is I've duplicated this and I've kind of dropped it into every single kind of object, but I'd like to figure out a way where I don't have to do that. but I can still do this kind of like work on everything. So what I might actually try to kind of try out with this one, because I think it's a simpler character, it's easier to kind of go into that space. Um, I am going to try where I kind of like drop a layer over the whole group and kind of make those adjustments. And then honestly, I'm just going to see how to keep that and work with that. So I'll end up doing layers on top of that, and I might flatten it, or like keep these so I can make selections and work off of them that way, which is kind of not my usual forte, but I don't know. I'll probably end up duplicating it into all the objects in the end. We'll see. But let's at least figure this out first. So again, this is kind of like, I want to get this where the character is in this environment with no direct lighting. So something kind of in this range might be appropriate. And again, if we look at it in grayscale, we're getting really dark. So what I might want to do is like deepen the shadow on the rock and really knock that rock down so we have this stronger kind of silhouette. Let's try this again. Wrong direction. So again, the idea that there is only the ambient light of the environment, and that is directional, right? Like, we're talking like the sky and the kind of terrain around us bouncing light, clouds and all that bouncing light onto us, and kind of like giving us just a very, very, very soft light. Actually, let's go with something more like this as a multiply to get that color into the light, or into the shadow rather. Maybe? No, it's not bad. Okay, the seaweed itself and the like background as well. I think those aren't really assisting how much they need to. And I don't know if I'm going to allow for this much kind of background element in the final piece. Kind of depends on how the rest of the characters in the area are kind of being rendered. And right now I don't think we have a ton of like background action on the kind of fodder characters, so I'm probably gonna have to like knock this back, but it'll be easier to do that once I've kind of like established the lighting, I feel. So for now, let's just kind of punch this up a bit more. Get this kind of kelpy thing going on. Cool. Push that back a bit. All right. So going back to the character. So we have this kind of shadow overlay. And I might want to kind of push that in areas where there's like a fair amount of light occlusion. So under the shoulder here, gotta get the right color. That's definitely not it. Sure, we'll go with this for the highlight. And the shadows. Again, we're going for just the atmospheric light quality. So nothing too crazy. Just very much like if all the lights were shut off, but the atmosphere was still kind of glowing with sunlight or caustic reflections from water or whatever. This is kind of like what it would do to the surfaces. Something like that. And this just kind of gives us a platform to kind of like drop light sources onto and see what those do. Because it can be pretty cool actually. So let's try that. Alright. So I mentioned I wanted it to be kind of like backlit. So let's see. We're going to create a new layer. It's going to be clipped. And let's try a lighten layer. And we'll try kind of just a warm light. And what you can do is just kind of like brush that light across the whole character if you want. It's one way. And then just start to erase away where that light don't shine. So surfaces that are turned away from that light, you erase it, right? This whole torso here is under the character's kind of carapace, if you will. This elbow is upturned. Our light is kind of like coming from behind and dropping onto these shoulders, right? So you just got to think about it as a three-dimensional object and like, okay, where would this light land? Basically none on the tummy and the legs. We also think about kind of like the cast shadow, right? If this object is getting hit by light, anything below that where the light would have traveled, it's blocked that light and prevented it from traveling there, right? So you end up kind of creating hard-edged kind of cast shadows from that happening, right? Surfaces that roll away from getting directly hit with light kind of go softer gradually because, you know, as you turn away from the source, there's less and less photons kind of hitting that surface and kind of like, you know, getting quite as lit up as it could have been if it was at an angle that lined up to really directly get bombarded with photons, if you will. All right, so one thing I do sometimes is I'll draw like a sphere, a lighting sphere, to kind of like indicate, okay, if I were to look at this material from, you know, this angle on the sphere and kind of interpret this sphere test and how light is saying it's supposed to land on this angle, I can use that as a reference for this object and kind of copy that scheme, right? Not that that necessarily made any sense at all, but I mean, I suppose I could show you the sphere test. I've definitely demonstrated it before, but could be useful. He says as he doesn't actually do the demonstration. All right, and we can also like experiment with different lighting modes. So that's like screen, color dodge is pretty extreme. Glow dodge can sometimes be really good. Like a lot of these will rely more on what your colors are doing below. Add can be decent. Add glow I definitely like to use with certain things like metals and stuff like that. Overlay is really good at just kind of like enriching things and kind of like building up layers of that potential. Soft light can be good. Hard light's not bad, but it's kind of like not right for what I'm wanting. Like it's a lot more kind of like color graded right now. Difference definitely not that. Vivid light's fun, but also not what we're looking for. Linear light. I tend to find that for these techniques, doing like lighten or screen is kind of more appropriate. You lose like some color potential from it, right? But then if we paint over top, we'll kind of get some of that back. I do often like light uh, add glow, and like you can knock it back, right? It tends to be stronger because it's like multiplying the intensity of the lights. Um, but you can get some like extra fun colors at the edges of things. And that's also like a really nice thing to do. But especially for something like underwater, you get chromatic abrasion often, where like the lenses that we're using, our eyeballs, our cameras, aren't actually designed to look through water density, right? Like the actual way that we focus light through kind of like the dome or like, well, the lens shapes of kind of like our how our eyes are engineered. Um, Light bends in different mediums, and water is a different density, and the way light travels through it is kind of different from air, right? Um, so what can end up happening is because we're not set up to look through water correctly, it could be hard for us to look through water, and you get wavelengths kind of like doing weird things. Whereas a fish eyes are designed to look through water, and they have a different kind of like lens setup, which are very domed, much more extreme than the kind of like, you know, lenses that we have for air. So they can actually like fish can see through water better than we can. You know, no surprise really. But because our camera lenses, our eyeballs, stuff like that, aren't really kind of engineered to do this, we get like fun, cool artifacts um, of kind of like the light kind of just being a little bit off and the wavelengths not kind of stacking where they're necessarily supposed to because the density of kind of like, you know, the lenses, the shapes and all that, they just don't quite fit right. So you can get some really cool kind of like edges and stuff which will be fun to play with and kind of just enhance the look of it. I try not to overdo it, um, but like I enjoy it. It can kind of be a little disturbing to look at. One of the things that I've done, and it's a really cool technique, it's fun, is I've actually taken and broken out the color channels in a piece, and I've literally shifted those entire layers. So I've like, there's things you can do in Photoshop where you like make a copy of this image or whatever, and you strip all of the reds out of that layer. So it's like the blues and yellows or whatever. And then the duplicate of that layer, you strip all the other colors except red. And then you like literally just shift those, and it creates this like, you know, magic eye kind of vibe look where things are a little blurry, but you can still see it, and it's just, it feels underwater. It feels convincing enough of that. But it's the fun little things like that that I enjoy playing around with. So I'll do a bit of that, I think, but I don't know that we're kind of like aiming to land in that kind of rendering for these characters. So I might not push it too far because, again, like as we work, we're a whole team that are kind of creating these characters, and we want them all kind of like fit together in a group. So we want to kind of like have this harmony in the lighting and the quality of the ideas behind the characters, all that are kind of like cohesive. So I can't just kind of like go in one crazy direction and then like have this character stand out like a sore thumb compared to all the other ones that are developed, right? Uh, so this is fun. We'll do a little bit of this, and I might kind of like put it in there and see what the art team thinks of that, right? See if we want to kind of like add more of that kind of, chromatic abrasion. Um, but yeah, that's just kind of where I'm at with that. At any rate, so what we're doing here, now that we are kind of off that tangent, maybe. Oh yeah, I was gonna do a lighting sphere. Um, whoop, to like give you an idea of like one way to set up this kind of a lighting scheme and kind of have a good sense of how to control that. So basically, you can start with your kind of like base value. This is under perfectly neutral light. What is the color of my material, right? Like, what is it in the most kind of neutral lighting conditions? Very even, kind of not overexposed, et cetera, et cetera. What is the color of this object is the question, right? So let's say we're doing the shell. We can do like maybe it's kind of like got these browns and stuff, kind of grays, maybe yeah, something like this. And honestly, it should be like an even color to kind of like make this more useful. So this is just kind of like the material value, let's say, of this abalone. Let's actually put the lighting sphere above so we can have these as reference to look at. Okay. So we got like purples, we got reds, we got grays, and I'm kind of hitting the middle of that, let's say, with this value or this tone or gradient, whatever, this color. And then what we can do on top of that is we create our, let me actually hide the reference. We're going to create our ambient light. I'm actually going to turn this gray back on because I actually find it useful for kind of like thinking of values. I like a mid-tone kind of backdrop because then when I'm sketching I can like add white to kind of create highlights on it, and it's more interesting, I think. So we'll have that, and then we're gonna grab this really dark value. We're gonna go on top. We're gonna go, let's say brightness. It could be any layer type, and we're gonna kind of like put it in shadow. We're just pretending that this object is in a super overcast environment. There's no direct light. It's just, what is this environment kind of doing to this object? It's in shadow, if you will, right? So you still get a bit of like this volume. You can see its form. The edges are maybe catching more light. The top surface has a bit more kind of light coming onto it, but it's like super duper mild lighting. We're effectively wanting it to be, what does it look like in a shadow, right? There is no good light on it. It's in shadow is kind of the idea. So paint it as if it's in shadow, right? And then on top of that, here's where we get to bring in the kind of lighting fun time. So let's grab our screen layer and just kind of hit it with a light source. And here's where we get to choose the angle of the light, right? So right now it's like this crazy bright lamp is surrounding it. We're hitting it with like a million lights from every angle. We don't want that. We want like a light source. So this is our sunlight, let's say. And if we want it coming from like the top left and like behind, what we'll do is we'll kind of determine, all right, what is the terminator line? Like if you were to look at a globe, the Earth or whatever, and like zoom out and look at, yeah, just like the moon, right? What's happening when like you're seeing the moon with kind of like you know, the angle of the light is like from behind to the side, right? You get this kind of like equator line where literally the sun is blasting rays down here, but then they miss, right? Like they're no longer hitting the surface. Here they hit and bounce off and bounce at us, right? Boom, boom, boom. They're hitting the surface, they're bouncing and hitting our eyeballs. But like at the edges, it's totally misses, right? So now we're not getting any light. Like the light doesn't turn around and go wee and then bounce off that to us, right? This is all in shadow, okay? And as you're kind of like going around the surface, like here, there's just like so much light bombarding it because it's facing directly into the light, right? But here, where it's kind of like rolling away, there is like less photons hitting that surface because it's just the angle of it makes it harder for that to hit, right? So there's more concentrated, brighter light here where it's facing towards it. It's angled where it's just a flat barn door laying directly in the sun versus tilted where it's just raking the side, right? So what you end up having is your light will kind of like be softer at that equator. And it depends on like what the light is doing, what the materials like, and all kinds of factors. But this is the idea that there is kind of like a terminator line where like the light no longer reaches, it gets cut off because the surface is actually just literally sloped away from it. Um, for something like the moon and the sunlight, you get a pretty dramatic edge, right? Like it can be pretty harsh. But that's kind of like, okay, cool. So that's what's going on with determining this angle, right? So now if I look at this and I'm kind of going around this character with this light source, I can be like, okay, the top of this arm here, right? What is that angle? Let's look at our map here and kind of like think about it. So if I like look at the angle here and kind of think about this as a 3D structure, right? So this is like an arm that is kind of a cylinder, right? Doing this kind of it's like wide and kind of maybe let's look at it as if it's like a 3D model with polygons or something like that, right? So this is kind of like a kind of cylinder that's kind of like getting thicker at the top, and these surfaces are kind of rolling away from us, right? So if I were to kind of like do the same thing to this globe here and kind of create this like grid idea on it and like break it up into quadrants or whatever, something like that. You don't have to do this. This is just kind of like how you can think about this. You'd kind of look at, okay, what is this like spot here and how does that map on here, right? Just kind of like matching those kind of angles and using that idea. Where did that layer go? There we go. Using that idea, you can basically kind of like match the angle and light condition and kind of just use that to inform kind of like how strong the light should be at that spot, right? And it's like, okay, and I kind of chose a different light angle for the sphere than the character I've been kind of using, but maybe I'll try and match the character to the sphere. It's more kind of dramatic, that angle with the sphere. It's much more directly behind. The mouse version's a little more over top, and I kind of probably should have looked at that before creating this sphere example, but that's kind of the idea is, like use that as a guide, right? Surfaces that are rolling away. Okay, well, where does that equator, that terminator line effectively show up on here? So like this, if I was doing more like this sphere, I do more dramatic things falling into shadow all over the place. Maybe I'll get a bit here. Um, and a good way to handle this is to do that pass first before worrying about cast shadows, right? And a cool way to do it actually is to like do it where it's like, okay, every surface is this three-dimensional thing that I treat with the light, right? And then I turn on my layer mask. Photoshop, a lot of other art programs can do the same thing. And now I erase like hard edges from that, and you'll get like really convincing lighting doing that. And then if you're like, I actually don't like the angle of that kind of cast shadow, I'm gonna push and pull that. Because you're using a mask, it's non-destructive. So you can kind of like experiment with how you want shadows draped across the surface. Like a really cool and dramatic thing to do is have a character lit and then have a shadow just kind of like whew, rake across their face or body or whatever. And like you need this prop in the scene to kind of like be like, oh, this is like a fence or bars or whatever. Um, you can kind of like communicate an idea or a feeling with something not even in scene just by using the lighting like that. So yeah, this is a Jacob's like tangent spam. Good time. That's what I do on stream. But hey, apparently people are here for that, so that's great. But yeah, let's try and focus this light idea, right? Um, really kind of like lean into that idea, the principle of it, where it's like, okay, I'm gonna have everything. I'm gonna fix my sphere so that I'm not throwing myself off. So we're a lot more kind of directly above, maybe a little bit behind. And with the material that we have, I'm going to have the light fall off a lot easier. I don't want it to be like powerful sunlight. We are underwater. So that's actually very much not super strong, right? It's going through murky water. So we'll still get kind of like the very tops get more of a highlight. But what we can also do is introduce more lights, and we use the sphere in the same way. We build on top of it, and can kind of like really generate a pretty good, robust kind of map of what should the light do in any of these situations effectively. Um, and you can do this for every single material. So like this is like the shell, let's say. Um, you could do it for the fur, the rock, the seaweed, and each one would be impacted differently with the light. So like the seaweed is more of a kind of translucent material. There is light scattering that can happen with like plant cells depending on how thick it is and how strong the light source is, the angles, all kinds of stuff. And you can really explore that with just drawing a sphere, and layering light using different uh, layer types. And yeah, so let me actually like throw another on here. Let's do an add glow, and let's do like a nice kind of dramatic kind of blue. And this is kind of more of our rim light that kind of fills in the shadows with interesting colors and can just kind of carve out shapes. So if I had this, for example, this like interesting silver, maybe we'll knock that back, because you want a hierarchy of your light. You want, this is the key light, the strongest, most kind of like informative light that lights the scene, right? And you can have your kind of like accenting lights that kind of like give you drama and kind of like add to it in fun ways. Let's try like vivid. No, not vivid. I think that add glow is pretty strong for this. Okay, so let's go to this layer here. We'll add another for the mouse, and we're going to do an add glow. And we'll try this same thing. So like, again, what we could do is we could just cover the whole thing in this and erase away. But because we're doing just a rim light, that's kind of like not as effective, right? We kind of really only want it on the edges of things, on, you know, the right side. So instead, what we can do is we can just kind of like start dropping that in where we think it might be, and a little over top. It's easy to kind of like, the nice thing about working digitally is you can kind of like really be sloppy and clean up as you go, because you can kind of use multiple layers to control without kind of damaging other layers. If I was doing this in like Paint or something, you'd have to really plan it and think about how those layers build up, and kind of like think about how to plan that, whereas digitally you can get away with a lot. It's a good and bad thing, right? It can make you a bit lazy about how you kind of structure things. Also, I'm going to start turning the sketch down more so you get a better feeling for what this actually can do, right? Because the sketch on top is kind of interfering with the quality of the light, right? And something that's kind of nice to do with underwater stuff is have a bit of bloom where your light, again, this is our lens, our lenses don't quite do it right. So you get this like light kind of bleed that ends up happening, and can kind of like really give this atmosphere that you wouldn't normally necessarily have in air, right? And so we can kind of hit all of these angles, but then also like be like, okay, wait, the arm here, if we have this light coming from almost effectively like right here, coming towards us, so it's hitting this side of the mouse from behind, this arm would be like blocking that. So we're going to have a cast shadow. So we just wipe out that light, right? Like that's what a shadow is. It's just the absence of light. So we can create our shadows by just erasing the light that would have been there. Also for like creating the ambient lighting, you actually do want to paint it as if, you know, you have all that occlusion and shadow. So I'd potentially have darkened under the neck and ear here to kind of like match more how dark some of these kind of like areas could be. But that's something I don't necessarily want to kind of like push all the way at the very start of an image. Often I'll kind of like, once more of the light conditions are explored, I then want to kind of like push it that far. So like adding in this light source kind of gives me a little more of an idea of the quality of light. And of course, like things like, you know, what is that material, can also impact how the light plays on it. So like the tail could be greasy and slimy, and it's going to catch more of a reflection on that. Like it might even be more kind of like scaly and shimmery kind of colors, right? Now I need to be careful about my values too, right? We want to make sure that we're still keeping in that range that we had set up initially. So the shoulders being more kind of like shadow and midtones. When we start adding highlights to that, we need to be careful we're not like kind of taking it out of where it should be in terms of his value structure. So coming back to this and looking at it, I'm going to actually like reduce some of that light that was coming from the kind of yellow and let that kind of fall more into shadow. I just want the light to do less to it. Let's see how it looks. Not bad. Okay, and then, so these feet, these toes, these also will be kind of like in more shadow, right? Because of the angles, right? We're gonna get a little bit of ambient um, kind of coming off of onto the top of the toes kind of idea. But I like the idea of them being a little more kind of in shadow. They're kind of under the rock a little bit in a sense. Especially like back here at the heels. These are kind of like tucked in against the rock. Under the thigh there. Under the knee. That's all kind of like angled away from the light, right? So we need to let that kind of fall into shadow. And I like that they kind of start to blend into the rock a little bit. Like, we don't need these feet to kind of stand out and like be super, obvious. It's okay that like some things kind of lose their edge. And by edge, I mean kind of like that strong definition of kind of like this kind of like background and this surface, right? So what we can do is kind of create a little bit of a blending between those to kind of like actually let it intentionally fall into the background. Because I actually want a little bit of that idea where there's just lost and found edges. I don't need you to kind of like really pay much attention to these legs and the toes. So I'm going to intentionally let that kind of like get lost against the background. I'm going to blend them together a bit more. And of course I can always like pull in little details to kind of add interest for when you are looking around. But overall, I think I want them to kind of fall into that mid-tone. And let's bring our colors back to see what's going on here. But as you can see, we've kind of like established a little bit of a interesting kind of light quality here. So let's turn off our lighting sphere. And really, to have done that, we just kind of stacked up a few layers, right? So here it is with like a really blocked in basic colors. These aren't even kind of like the proper colors. But that's okay because we're just going to build and build on top of this. But yeah, we just kind of threw it in shadow effectively. In fact, I'll deepen some of these shadows more to kind of like make sure that they feel properly obscured of light, right? We occlude the light. So these should be in the deepest shadows. I'll look at it in grayscale mode just because I feel like that's the best place to kind of like judge our values. Not thinking about it with color, just thinking of shadow and light. But I also want to make sure that, okay, like the mouse's fur tone is still very different, and the quality is defined versus the kind of shells, right? Like the shells in shadow are definitely darker, even though these are kind of like facing more to the light, because the actual material values are just darker, then naturally they're just going to look darker. All right. So let's do that. And then boom, we add our first kind of key light. Boom, we add our rim light or drama kind of thing, right? So base, flats, dropping in some shadows. In fact, I'm Gonna deepen these toes. That's way too dark. So one of the things about working with, like this should maybe be a brightness layer. No, we're gonna keep a multiply. With multiply, you need to kind of like grab the right color or you're gonna kind of have a bad time. And I did not grab the right color. I started adding more shadow. In fact, a better way to handle this right now will be to go back to where it was. I'm just going to add another luminosity layer or brightness layer, and that way I have more fine control. So I want these toes to kind of almost get lost in the rocks. Almost. I think I will deepen the rocks here. Just kind of carve out a few interesting shapes here. Give it a little more definition. Again, this is just kind of like setting up some structure, right? We'll like go over top of all these with more detail. Okay, so let's bring our color back, and now we're adding our lighting. And it'd be good to throw the light on the rock too. Oh, and honestly, now that we don't have the sphere there, let's turn off the gray background because that's actually throwing it off. It's important to make sure we're painting it in the correct environment, right? So maybe I'll ease up on that. And that we don't need that much contrast. It was fine with the darker gray background, right? But we just want that under the mouse more so. Right? Okay. So now we've kind of added that light to that mouse, and we're getting this dramatic kind of fun rim light that's just giving us so much kind of just like visual interest. And honestly, I think it really kind of helps feel underwater because of that color and the way the light is kind of blooming. So that's fun. But let's get some of this action on the rock, and then we're gonna really start to like texture into it and kind of build up. So that's fun. I think the seaweed and stuff will really kind of like get some cool look to it with some of this light hitting it too. And again, I don't want to overdo the background, but I mean, it's going to be hard not to play it up a bit. So I'm actually, let's not go too far without getting a little bit of that face involved. So I'm actually going to, and this is like a weird buildup of layers, right? I don't normally work this way where I kind of like build the mouse out of all the like pieces, and then I'm just stacking layers over top and over top and over top. I know a lot of like really amazing artists that do kind of just flatten and paint as they go, and honestly, I feel like every stream I kind of talk about how I want to have that freedom to do it that way. And then I always kind of like try to do it, and then I'm like, I regret it. I want my layers. Just because like grabbing shapes and stuff like that's very convenient. But like with the lighting conditions on this one, honestly, I'm very much liking having not restricting myself to kind of like the boundaries of a layer, because like with this specifically, this glow, I couldn't do this with kind of the way I work normally with the layers. Having it kind of over top of everything and then just bleeding that and softening the edge is like the reason why that looks so kind of underwatery, that glow, that fuzzy glow. Um, so I'm fine. Let's just build and see how it goes. Um, I get too timid when I'm doing it this way. And I think maybe I just need to push myself to try it. Cute little button nose, right? And we'll get like some nice subsurface scattering here, where you get like a nice rich color right under that band of strong direct light. And it kind of basically, you have your shadow material, or material and shadow, but because it is a translucent material that light can kind of like bleed through, you have the thin kind of you know, collection of cells that the light is actually going and bouncing into the material and bouncing around, and then as it kind of comes out in all different angles, because the light's just constantly just bouncing off everything, right? Um, it's gonna kind of hit the inside, scatter around, and as it scatters around, it's getting absorbed by that material. And then what ends up kind of coming out is like wavelengths that are kind of like, you know, really informed by the insides of the material. So like a mouse who has red blood cells and stuff like that, it's gonna come out with kind of like this really warm tinge. And honestly, like when it comes to subsurface scattering, um, oftentimes the higher wavelengths are the ones that get absorbed faster in that scenario. So you tend to get like warm subsurface scattering anyways. I think something that would be handy for doing this technique of lighting would be to kind of have a swatch where it's like, okay, this is my rim light color that I grab when I'm painting that in, and if I need to add more rim light here and there, if I grab this color, it'll be the correct color, because if you do like a color grab, it's not the right color because it's already transformed by so much stuff. So if I put this to like the rim light here, it's currently an add glow at 100%. But if I put that to normal, now we see the actual color, right? So that's the color it should be to get the correct rim lighting, right? And often it'll be, you know, like some kind of color effect at like, you know, whatever percentage. So like be like add glow, and maybe I drop it down to like 70% or something like that to soften it, make it lighter. So you can't grab the color correctly. So this is my rim light color. Let's go check out what our 45% strength add glow sunlight looks like, right? So here we go. This is the kind of sunlight color here. And I don't even like slap it down opaque necessarily, right? So this is our sunlight, and we'll go back to here, and what were we using? Was it screen? I don't remember. Definitely not overlay. I don't think it was add glow, but maybe it was, since we were at like 57 or something like that. I don't remember. Okay, let's try screen. Maybe it was lighten. Lighten doesn't seem bad. Add glow is pretty decent as well, though, at that. Color dodge is a fun one. Not subtract, obviously. Lighten's good. Screen's kind of good too because we get more color, kind of like variation sometimes with screen. Like lighten, you get more of the color of the light, kind of like being pushed. Um, Screen, it's more kind of like the sub color, like the color that's under it is more of the kind of informed color that kind of like they blend and find the middle ground between those. So I find that screen can be kind of more natural feeling and get a little more kind of like range, but lighten can really punch your colors in good ways. And again, like add glow is just more. Add is pretty good too. It's again, it's kind of like the screen version of lighten, but add it's more like you're literally adding more photons, which I think is an appropriate kind of like idea. So I often will go to add glow for things because like you're really punching it, and you can really take it a lot further, um, and it can play off the material underneath and all kinds of good stuff. So let's do add glow. And let's punch it up even more. That's probably a bit too extreme, but I tend to prefer to kind of push things too far and then pull it back. Uh, it's kind of like a great way to kind of figure out how to go far enough with something is purposefully push it too far and then pull it back from that space, because otherwise it could be hard to go far enough. Like you might think you're pushing it to where it should go, but oftentimes you won't actually push it far enough, or there's more range that you could get out of it, right? So this is it, kind of like more in shadow with just this dramatic rim light, right? Like that's a pretty nice look too. You know, we're definitely like it. The way it works with the rock is good. It kind of informs me like maybe I'm letting a little too much of this kind of key light happen. So I'm gonna turn on my layer mask and I'm just gonna like start to erase even more, kind of pull it away, and just see how far we can kind of go with this. Because again, like let's try pushing it too far. See what we think of that. All right, if we're really following the kind of flow, um, any of the surfaces that are actually turned away from the light source should be in basically full shadow. Now, there is a lot of things that can change that and should be kind of thought about and added in. There is the whole idea of bounce light, um, and kind of like, you know, surfaces become light sources themselves. So like the top of this arm has so much stuff, like so many photons hitting it and bouncing off, that it's so bright, right? But also because it's so bright, it'll actually cast that light onto other surfaces, right? So like the edge of the ear down here should actually get more light hitting it because of the this arm, and like the underside of the shell here should get some of this light bouncing up off of the arm. Now when it bounces off, it's already like absorbed some of that wavelength, so you get this color becoming the light source color. So instead of it being like white light, let's say, it now becomes this kind of like, you know, brown that's bouncing. So you get more saturation out of your bounce light, kind of adding and adding, or like deepening the colors, or um, making them richer, more saturated, that kind of idea. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about with that, right? So if we want that cast shadow, boom, right? You can really just carve that out. And honestly, like this hand and all that's probably just in cast shadow, right? Because of the torso. Like I could really sit down and have a think about kind of like what those angles should be showing me. And I really feel like, yeah, that's probably going to be more in shadow than I'm letting it. Same with like the undersides of the shell here. Yeah, there's lots of ways to kind of tackle this, but this is like a super effective way to kind of build up your light scheme, is to kind of like do it in literally each light, you do it in its own pass. It's like this part of the hand is kind of turned away from that light source. The elbow is kind of coming towards us. We're having that light dip down. But like, depending on how I want the light to hit on that thigh, there could be some light bouncing off of it onto the bottom of the hand. It's fun to get like a bit of kind of like light bleeding around into interesting places, to just kind of add some legibility, if you will, to parts of it. So let's grab this and let's kind of like get a bit more clarity in some spots that maybe we want to read cleaner. And ultimately, I don't think that we need to use kind of like just the light carving to kind of like communicate um, the shapes and kind of like how we render it. We'll probably go back with a layer on top of this all, right? And like use that. Okay, so I think for this shadow here, what is that layer about? That's down on the feet. That's also on the feet. Okay, so this is our deepening of shadows. That seems like the wrong color. Interesting. Normalize. Okay, let's grab. Sure, grab that. Try that as our multiply color. Again, this is something that I should set up when I'm kind of like first establishing this. So I don't think the ear needs to go quite this dark. But if we do go that dark, what that lets us do is with this kind of strong light coming from behind, we're creating the environment for some nice subsurface scattering, right? So we have this thinner material, which the light can pass through, right? And same thing with this nose, right? We have this kind of like material that is, you know, not completely opaque and light bounces off the surface completely, you know. Light can scatter through this ear, and so we have this potential for, you know, this strong light hitting the back of the ear to kind of come through that thin material and bleed through and pick up the color of that and carry it through, right? Through the subsurface. Scatter light through the surface. Hence the name subsurface scattering, right? And so that kind of creates a nice kind of life to it, right? But like you really don't want to go too crazy with it. This kind of happens more, you know, where there is like really strong light. And thin kind of membrane right on that edge of shadow, like right where that terminator is on the sphere, right? That band here, where the light is hitting it directly and then it falls into shadow. That band is where you kind of create that subsurface because you still have strong enough light hitting the surface and being kind of like bounced around inside the material, and then kind of like literally it's going through the material and popping out the side. The deeper and thicker the material, the higher the chance it gets absorbed into it and it can't escape, right? So like a photon hitting here and kind of ping-ponging its way out is very unlikely to come out the very, you know, like opposite end. But if it's like right on the edge where the photon hits it directly and it kind of scatters around, it's thin enough that it can pop out the side. And when it does, again, it like gets influenced by that material and it kind of, some of that wavelength as it gets bounced around changes the color, right? The wavelength shifts into kind of like a slower and picks up the, you know, like whatever kind of like the actual atomic structure of that thing is, that literally, you know, absorbs some of the, well, like the electron or the photon gets absorbed and kicks off another photon, etc. Like there's a lot of sciencey stuff that I can't explain happening, but yeah, like the wavelength literally changes because of the atomic structure of what it's hitting. And like this is how we can look at like planets and, you know, stars and whatever has light that it's kind of like sending our way over millions of years. We can like sample that photon coming in and analyze the wavelength and actually understand what the composition of, you know, its atmosphere is like because of what parts of a wavelength are absorbed, right? Which is wild to realize that we have the ability to kind of like calculate the environments of places based off of some, you know, photons that have traveled through space for millions of years, and we just kind of like put it up on a chart and we're like, yeah, that looks like sulfur or whatever. Yeah, fun stuff. Okay, so art streams. All I do is get stuck on little tangents, often about science, apparently. All right, so we actually have the character kind of like built up a fair amount to the point where I can turn off the sketch and have a good sense of what's going on with this character, which is great. I think this band here, where the kind of like this shell and the torso kind of overlap, I think I want to kind of like blend that edge. You know, the idea of that kind of lost edge. So let's see. Again, like now I'm kind of like getting more and more tempted to just flatten things and just paint. Because it can be a lot of fun to be able to do that and have that freedom where I can just like, normally I'm working on kind of like, oh, okay, so this is the gut shell, and it is, set up to have a like fully opaque kind of like shape. And then if I want to kind of like create a rim light on that, it's super easy. I just kind of grab this color and I have it clipped to that layer, and I can just go around and boom. I don't need to worry about the overlaps and stuff like that. Makes it nice and easy to do stuff like that. But at the same time, I could do something that a lot of artists do, and they actually make selections, and they paint on layers not connected to that. And it's an interesting way to work. I don't know if I'm into it as much, but like, see, this is where that can be messy, is like, sure, I can make the selection of that object, but then, because I'm painting above stuff, I get that interference, and then I gotta be able to paint right up to the edge and paint back and forth, and I can do fancy selection things by like holding shift and doing a selection, but then I need to do that in the correct order, so I'd maybe do this selection first and then that selection. No. Anyways, I'd need to figure out how to do that better. Okay. Well, at any rate, let's see. Grab that multiply. As a test, I'm going to just kind of try a system where I don't do as much. Like I'm just building layers on layers and layers. Let's see how this method works for me. I think it'll end up more painterly, just because I'm not going to have that like hard-edged kind of layer to kind of build on. But I think because of the atmosphere, having that kind of haze is actually kind of perfect. Okay, so I was talking about this a long time back, but let's get this light on the rock. Right, we have only the atmospheric kind of ambient lighting scheme on it. So let's get a clipping layer going. We're going to go add glow, and we're going to hit the rock with this light. Now we kind of already have a bit of this going on, right? We have the ambient is giving, probably be easier to have started with nothing and just kind of add it where it makes sense, instead of going over the whole thing and just trying to add it selectively, or erase away selectively, considering it's mostly in shadow. Now, I think that doing like a, maybe it should have been screen. Oh wait, it's also add glow at like more like 59% or something. Okay. I think because of the material, we don't necessarily want to use the exact same layer type. That might be appropriate for like the mouse and the shell and stuff, but like maybe rock should use a different kind of lighting type, and maybe the color should actually be a little more influenced by the rock, honestly. So let's try that. Oop. Maybe we'll go a little more green. It makes sense if that's how that works, right? Like doing a lighting overlay is super good for just kind of like really setting up the structure of it very quickly, but like I don't think it's the final step. I think you need to kind of like think about the material and kind of like adjust things based off of that idea. Um, so like this rock isn't going to have subsurface scattering on most of it, right? It's maybe there'd be like a layer of kind of algae growing on it, and that can maybe get a little bit more variation of color and stuff, but for the most part, it's going to be like a very kind of hard edged lighting thing going on. Um, and because again, we want to kind of guide the eye, and let's go back to our kind of like grouping of values. Right now, we're kind of creating a lot of visual interest down the side of this rock, and that's cool, but maybe we don't want it to be too strong, right? So what we can do is, like, I like there being this light and shadow, and it's communicating this shape and the texture, and that's great. But the contrast is getting a little strong right near this edge. So what I might do is kind of take this and have it kind of like brighten up near that edge and kind of fade those closer together, because when you do that you actually lower the contrast, right? Like I'm bringing the values closer together to kind of like drop how like visually compelling that is effectively, right? And now maybe that's not correct in terms of kind of like if you were to view this in a full scene, with like all the background and all the light doing what it actually would be doing, this would be incorrect, right? We are kind of lying about what the light should actually be doing and representing, but at the same time, if it looks better, it's correct, right? And this is something that took me a long time to kind of come to appreciate is um, you don't need to be actually super accurate. That's like what photography is about. We are creating illustrations, um, and that is about kind of like creating something new and you know uh, manipulating the rules to make something really interesting and cool looking, right? So it's good to know how light should work in this situation, but because we know how it works, we can kind of break the rules and make that work and look even more interesting. And that's what I want to be able to push, right? So we have these kinds of edges that, because of the way we have MouseHunt mice kind of dropped onto a white backdrop with sometimes a very loose background. Let me just. All right, sorry about that. What was I saying? Sorry, I just had to respond to the art chat. Um, yeah, because we have the mice like dropped into this white frame, and we don't like put them into backgrounds without just most of them nowadays we give a little subtle kind of like interesting detail in the backdrop, but for the most part they're like on this white backdrop. We need to kind of like render it to work in that space, and so for something like this rock, I want it to kind of blend into that and feel naturally just kind of like a part of this atmosphere. But that means like making it fade to white effectively, vignetting. And what ends up happening and can happen is when you drop that onto like a background, suddenly these are like glowing weird, and so there's things that you need to kind of like contend with, like this background is very bright. Um, so often when we kind of like export these with transparency, we'll like turn off the background and stuff. Um, let's see, because that way, let me move all that into background. That way, when people want to like throw it into kind of like, I don't know, like for marketing or something, we like slap a bunch of characters together. That way, they have less interference with the whole kind of scene, and you can kind of like work with that a little easier. We often strip out the shadows and stuff like that. So this rock, someone would potentially need to paint over that to kind of like meet the actual, you know, lighting quality of where they're putting it. Um, Also, when you have kind of like gradients, hazy, kind of fuzzy, soft edged things on a transparent background, so like when it has all this alpha, each of these kind of pixels that has like, oh, 30% opacity, 10% opacity, all of that information really cranks up how big a PNG file might go. So by simply turning off that like fuzzy background, um, it actually like cuts the file size dramatically, which is kind of interesting. Anyways, ramble, 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 ramble. I usually go pretty quiet after lunch, but today apparently I'm more rambly than before. Um, Sweet. Okay. Probably gonna want this to fade even more. Doesn't feel like a very soft transition for the background. So let's soften that, especially with the seaweed kind of like reaching out the way it is. Also, the spot under the stone here, I want to like have a shadow kind of cast on that, which would be nice. And I think I'm going to shift it a little more blue anyways. So let's try hue. Something like that might be all right. Anyways, that's more finishing details, doing background kind of rendering and stuff. We're not there yet. Not even close. All right, so we have this light on this rock. And we're doing kind of more of this like green yellow color. And what you can do, again, I talked about this before, but like using it on every surface that would be kind of angled up towards that, where that light would be, if like nothing was in the way, just kind of lighting everything with it, which is a great kind of practice. Using kind of like the angle on the sphere to match an angle on any surface and kind of like get that strength of light effectively. And then coming in with the layer mask and erasing where there would be cast shadows is kind of like a cool, great way to do this. You can get like really good shadows kind of building up by doing it that way. I recommend it. Great way to practice. And then what's really cool is when you have lots of different lights coming from different angles that have different colors, even though you're kind of like, you know, there is photons hitting this surface with this light source and then none on that part of it, and just completely cutting off the light from that, surface. So like the character sitting here, they're casting a shadow across that whole kind of area that they're their body is, right? That makes sense. It's good. But then when we have like this kind of rim light happening on the rock, and this one's an add glow as well. What percent are you for 100%? Okay, cool. So let's try that. So now we're going to do the same thing, and let's clip that. Although this one's cool if we have it kind of bleed over. So we'll go around and we're going to hit kind of all those edges where this light source is going to be kind of like, you know, hitting our materials, right? Let's just throw it anywhere. Throw it anywhere where we think that this light could reach. Sure, right? That's cool. Maybe we'll soften it, smudge it around, just kind of get it anywhere we want. Also, thank you for all the emotes. All right, so we got it happening on that rock now, and now we kind of turn on our clipping mask and we do the same thing. Only our like rim light is super steep angle, right? It's really kind of raking from behind. Like I was saying, it's kind of like up in this top corner from behind the mouse. So this butt is just blocking all that light, right? This leg blocking all that light. The surface of the stone, again, we don't have a material that's gonna have like subsurface scattering here. So that's kind of like just cleaving that light, right? Blocking it here. This stone is like casting a shadow down there. And like what you, this is maybe not the best area for this example because we don't actually have the light layering over itself. But what can end up happening is you like get these really, really engaging shadows where like you have, well, this light is adding here, and then when these combine and stack, you get like even richer, more interesting light happening. But then your shadows, so like here, this warm light, the key light here, has a shadow cast from the mouse here, right? They're casting this shadow, but then this rim light is kind of filling that in with this blue. And so like you kind of develop these complex shadows using this kind of like lighting scheme technique, where you really, really end up with some like very, very effective lighting kind of quality, where it's like really rich and saturated in all the best ways. Yeah, you can do really complex lighting schemes using it, make it look really convincing because it's actually more technically accurate. But like the cool thing is, yeah, basically the idea that one light source might cast a shadow that fills or that casts light across the surface that fills in where another light source has a shadow that it casts, right? So that's where it gets really cool. And I don't have great examples of that on this rock because it's all in shadow is the kind of like issue with it right now. But yeah, like the idea that, like as these crumbly stones are kind of turned away from that source, they're kind of like getting softer and softer light on them because like it's less direct. And then this crunchy stone is like more directly facing it. Man, honestly, it wouldn't be this much in light because it's probably in cast shadow right there, right? Like the form is really kind of wide, so all that would be kind of lost from the cast shadow of it. But I like getting a little bit of it up at the kind of the edge here. Again, it's a case of like, if it is more interesting looking and it actually helps with the legibility of the image, it's worth doing it that way, even if it's like not correct. So I'm going to turn off the sketch. We don't need it anymore effectively. We are detailed enough to kind of move on from that. Here, I think we need deeper shadow on the mouse inner thigh there. That is where we clip to. Are we on the mouse? We should be. I just feel it's like it's overlapping other areas. Interesting. Oh, good enough. Okay, so we're going to get some lost edges here. Again, let's look at the grayscale. And as I was saying, like, you can use this to define the groups of objects, but it's more about kind of like, where do I want to lead your eye? And part of that is I want you to kind of focus on the character up here, this arm, the shoulder. So we're gonna like make sure to kind of like get enough kind of like texture and contrast here to kind of like do that. But then I don't need you to like look at the leg here and kind of like investigate that detail at the start. I want that to be kind of like lost, so that like when you are done looking at the interesting kind of high contrast stuff that like draws your attention, now you go and explore it. You look at kind of like, oh, what's the stone texture? And then like, oh, interesting, like how these interact. You can have like high contrast and low contrast areas, and that gives you more to explore when you're looking at it. It's less kind of overwhelming, because your eyes actually get tired when you're looking at stuff. And the more rest and interest you can kind of like mix together in controlled ways, the more enjoyable it is to explore looking at a piece. All right. Yeah. I feel like this, I want it to be punched up ever so slightly more. And yeah, like once we've kind of like established this scheme, the lighting scheme, then I'm going to go around and I'm just going to start kind of like enhancing all the littlest details. You know, we can go in and put a layer on top of all this to kind of build on it. And this is going to make kind of creating my exports a little more annoying, because normally I can just kind of like go to the mouse layer and just kind of do an overlay, and then boom, I can get my my silhouette layer. But because I'm kind of like mashing different things into each other on different layers, I kind of lose that ability a bit. Actually, for this here, maybe I don't want it to be quite that strong of a edge. Maybe I actually want some of this like bounce light glow. So if I go here and I get like a really, really saturated warm color, we're implying that there is something kind of bouncing that warm light, right? Which might not be the right light to hit that under ear, right? So we have kind of this light hitting the left side of the character from our perspective, right? And then we have this kind of like blue light hitting the right side and from behind. So if there were a light that we're kind of like reflecting off, it's going to be this blue. So instead we'll grab kind of like a blue, but then we're going to say, okay, it's coming off of like the thigh or the shell or the stone. So it's not like a strong blue so much. It's being influenced by that material surface. So we're going to actually like kind of lose some of that value. So instead of being like a deep blue, we're going to kind of like go a little more gray actually. And also it's being cast onto this earlobe. So that also is going to impart its own color into it. So we're actually going to go kind of like gray um, and just kind of like catch that edge to make it read stronger, right? Like our job as an illustrator is to communicate visually. Um, and kind of catching edges and stuff like this is one way to kind of like really help define these details and make them read. So I know I said that like bounce light is more saturated, but it's kind of more when the bounce light is bouncing onto its own material that it gets like crazy saturated. So like if there was strong light on like the ear that was facing kind of like, the light was hitting directly on the bottom of the ear and it was bouncing up into the top of the ear, that top area is going to get like really warm glow. Um, Almost kind of like the same as the subsurface scattering, which I think actually can be even stronger. Again, it's one of those things where it's like push it further than you think and then pull it back. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create a new layer on top of that. I'm going to go way harder than I think I need to. Step back, kind of take a look at that, and then start to pull it back. And now I'm like, oh yeah, that's quite a bit stronger than I had it before, but I do like it. And I'm going to get this happening on that kind of like edge of the ear where it's thicker, and this is now kind of like the subsurface of this kind of terminator line there, right? Let's grab that, punch it up there, and just kind of like let that go as far as I want it, or as far as it can, and always pull it back a little bit. This is actually kind of like a weird silhouette, right? Like that was weirdly cut off. Shouldn't be that way. So another kind of contrast that is good to play with is the contrast of shape language and edges of surfaces. So something that creates a more interesting edge is like instead of having like two parallel lines, right? Having some contrast between those. So like one is curved and the other one's straight, right? And having those kind of contrast each other is just a good kind of practice. It makes it more visually compelling. So it's nice to mix in some like straight edges like that and some curves like that, and have those kind of play off each other wherever you can, right? I need to find a better surface color for this. There you go, let's grab that. See, this is the issue of underpainting like this, is you end up kind of like trying to grab the wrong colors for everything. So if I like did this, then I could grab, maybe that color is better. Yeah, just if I want to correct these shapes, it's a little more difficult to get the right color going on. But that's okay. Ultimately, if I want to actually embrace this kind of more chaotic painting where I'm just stacking layers and compressing them, I should just ignore that issue and just overpaint things. Um, so let's try something. We're going to save. It's been a while. And I'm going to fully embrace this idea of like overpainting. It's fun to do. But I'm going to duplicate the mouse folder. Actually, I'm going to put this all together into one folder. So that is the mouse now. So I have like the mouse folder, and what normally is the mouse folder is like the structure. So that's like all the building parts. You can like turn on and off the head, the arms, stuff like that. Okay. Now I'm going to duplicate that and hide it. So I have it in case I actually mess up bad and I need to go back to it. But now I'm going to do the crazy thing. I'm going to flatten down the mouse so it is 1. I don't recommend this, but I want to experiment with it. And now when I want to kind of like paint on it, I'll create a new layer. Let's put this in its own mouse folder. So I can still kind of like go in and use that. But now if I like did my silhouette thing, I might get like weird crunchy edges. Right here I don't, thankfully. But like where I might have had like a light glow or bloom, which I'm going to do stuff like that, that's going to cause issues, right? I won't get like a nice clean silhouetted edge. So that's something to be aware of with this method. But yeah, now when I want to kind of like change something, I'm going to actually make a new layer and paint into that. And then if I'm happy with it, I can merge it in, right? And this is much more kind of like actual painting style. There's less kind of like, oh, I need to make sure I'm on the correct layer. It's a little more freeing in that sense, but a lot more kind of potential to kind of make it difficult to kind of manipulate very specific things. But the idea being, once you've kind of established certain things, doesn't matter, you can just repaint and overpaint things where you need it. So I lost all the kind of control of the light that I had done up to this point. I merged it all. So if I want to do more lighting like that, I can't go into that layer and kind of manipulate. I just got to paint over it and work from there. So again, probably not a great idea, but kind of want to try it more. Yeah, honestly, I probably shouldn't have merged the light into it. That was probably too much. Let's go back. Just because I can see that being something I want to control. Yeah. Doesn't really need to be flattened, honestly. It's kind of like so like the cool thing about it is when you're happy with it, you like merge it in and it just bakes it into the image, and then everything you do kind of builds off of that. Um, so it's like a cool way to do it, but at the same time, I do like still being able to come in and be like, you know what, I'm gonna like carve that into shadow or something like that, and I still have that separated to manage that potential. So there's a middle ground to get to with it, I think. All right, so the tail, that's going to have more kind of like of this kind of glow, the subsurface scatter. This should be below the lights. And the tip of the tail is pretty thin. It's kind of like how I like to get warmth into kind of like the digits, like the fingers and toes and ears, tail. Like those are kind of like, okay, the skin is more, it's like not covered in fur. So you get like the direct skin there. And then it's kind of thinner too, so you get more potential for that light to kind of scatter through it. Gives it more life. Elbows are not a bad place for it either, because they can be kind of thinner there. It kind of depends on, like if we want the feeling of this character to be like just heavily fur covered and stuff like that. Yeah. So I think something that I'm identifying with the lighting scheme is I think I do want kind of like another source to be kind of like under like an angle from below, and that to be a very kind of like gray neutral light, and that can kind of help define some of these edges, right? But I don't need it to be like super strong or like harsh or anything. It's just kind of more, okay, I want there to be a certain legibility to everything. So like this arm here, like how do I want the armpit to work? Do I want it to kind of like come out in front like that? And that light can kind of give us a bit of that, right? But yeah, maybe I do want it to have more of that blue because it's kind of like the rim light bouncing that light into there. Which is good. Yeah, and then if we go back to the like gray, we can kind of like use that on these knees, on like the bottom of the toes, if we want. But also really, I think where I'm kind of like wanting to put it is on the rock. I think we can kind of like bring out a lot of interesting texture on this rock, and I think it's a really interesting kind of part of this scene. So I want to play it up a bit. So let's actually like do a kind of sweep over it. Kind of figure out where we want to pick out some details and edges and that kind of stuff. We kind of have it going on like the left side here, right? We don't want it to be everywhere. Less is more a lot of the time. So again, I'm pushing it further than I think it should be and pulling it back from that space to find where it actually belongs. And it's like it can be super subtle, but it makes a difference. So, yeah, and I think that's too much, right? I think there's just, when I turn it on and off, I can kind of like see what is working and what isn't. And that's the beauty of digital painting. You can do that kind of stuff. Nice and easy. There's a lot going on with art. Can really dive deep. That's the thing, and I love it. I'm into that. Like I like to get all deep into the photons and lighting concepts. They interest me, right? Like find that engaging and fun to explore. It's also somewhere where you can get a little too in your head and kind of like get a bit lost with detail potential, right? Like I can work on a piece for weeks and be like, nope, not done yet. I want to do more. Um, and when you're working on production, you definitely need to know when to call it. Because you do have deadlines. Okay, I like that. Let's look at the grayscale again. Flip it back and forth. Always important. Always useful. So we have some nice definition in some areas, and I think we can push it a little further. So we got like some deep shadow here on the mouse. Let's actually clip this here, and it's kind of like keep pushing this in some spots. Now, right now I'm working on a layer that's kind of above everything, and I'm like wondering if that's foolhardy. Maybe it should still remain below the lighting. This is fine here, I think. As long as I can kind of like blend the surfaces that I want. So like right there, boom, I lost that edge intentionally, right? I want those surfaces to kind of like, you get a little kind of like unable to perceive where one starts and the other ends. That immediately like makes you less kind of like needing to look at that. It becomes part of the background. This is something that Singer Sargent, one of the masters painters, knew how to do very well. And now, like, I'm going over top of the lighting, I'm grabbing whatever colors, and I'm just kind of starting to push and pull. And this is where I really lose the ability to kind of like grab sub layers and make those do what I need. Now I'm kind of going off the deep end of digital painting, and now we're going into painting zone, where marks that I put down are like I can still add and subtract from them, but like they're laid over top of my lighting now. We're starting to get into detailing. And so like here is where it's kind of like, okay, well, we might as well flatten things because to kind of like work underneath these is just not easy. That's okay, because I think I've established enough information about like what my light can do that I don't need to kind of like use those layers anymore. When I need to make adjustments, I can just paint those in, right? Well, actually here, in this case, I might actually want to use that layer right now to like have that cast a shadow. And this here kind of messed up that potential, right? So yeah, I definitely don't want to like get rid of all my lighting information yet, but I can definitely start to kind of go into deeper details. And see where all that takes me. Alright, let's grab this color and actually want to get some of it on the shell here. Why won't it get on the shell? There we go. Really trying to think about, okay, did I get the light where it should be before I kind of like go to the next stage? It's not bad. Okay. Blend that line there too. Actually, no, that elbow is like crazy bent forward, right? It's like a wild pose. Elbows out. I mean, technically, this should be like fairly dark, kind of ridge here and here, because like they're turned away from the light. Now I have layer somewhere interfering with all that, which is when it's kind of like, oh, I want to mash them all together. Whatever. I don't think I want it that dark, actually. Just doesn't look as good. It's fine having these like elbow wrinkles and stuff. But again, it's a case of kind of, all right, I want to establish a value structure. Just go into a layer on top and overpaint it. Sorry, I'm not like engaging directly with the chat so much today. We definitely did like some good kind of like, let's explore the idea for the character, but it was maybe a little more me just kind of like trying stuff and seeing where it went. Not kind of using the chat's kind of suggestions maybe as much as I usually do. Hopefully it's not too bad. I just kind of like tried some things and I was like, oh, this works, this doesn't work. Let's go for it. This elbow is an interesting one because I'm like trying to get the like spiraling of the shell kind of referenced in this elbow. But now I'm kind of like, I don't know if that is clear enough to be like, this is the elbow. Things are lining up with kind of like the autonomy, the anatomy, that's the word. The anatomy of the character, right? Yeah, now we're just kind of painting on top. Okay. So I think I want to get the cast shadow from this stone. And we'll do it as this kind of cool blue. Because with this rim light, that's actually going to be filling in this blue color in the shadow, right? But also where that rim light isn't kind of casting, it'll be deeper shadows there, right? And honestly, because of how we have the images cut off, we really just kind of do like a very, very, very soft suggestion of a shadow, not really accurate whatsoever. Okay, so I should really get this kind of like up on this rim more so. And I'd get like a bit of bounce light in there. Cool. All right. I think we're coming up on 5 o'clock, so I'm thinking I might call it soon. Just because we're getting into the finessey details, and I like to kind of get a fresh look at it before I kind of go too far. I've been staring at this for all day, so not a bad idea to kind of wrap up soon. But I think we can still do stuff like, let's try hitting the top of the seaweed with some of this light. See if we can't make sure that this kind of harmonizes a bit more. It's a very like strong rim light, this blue, but man, it's dynamic and interesting, right? Let's clip that on down as it auto saves and makes me feel like it's crashing. There we go. It's a little more kind of controlled now. Yeah, it's incredible what you can do by just using layers with kind of like lighten or glow or whatever kind of effects to just kind of like carve the light on the piece. You can really, really get a very three-dimensional buildup of kind of like a model very quickly. All right. Like if I really wanted to like give some good idea of texture, having that kind of like light catch some crunchy edges, right? Just kind of very quickly communicates that idea. Like all these kind of like little bits sticking out. But yeah, again, like I think I'm gonna give my wrist a rest, um, and I'll tackle this early next week. Let's soften that glow like right at the base of this too. I think it's just a little too excitable for being like right on the floor where all that sand and soot might be kind of flowing by and just kind of probably knocking that light down. Okay, so our grayscale value is acceptable. I think that it's not as strong as I would want it, to be perfectly frank. Um, I might kind of make sure the shoulder reads stronger and has more of that kind of like darker value that you get here. Same with this one. I think I kind of like may have kind of like let the light go too ham on it. And I want to kind of get more of that kind of mid-tone and shadow working on it. In which case, like, honestly, maybe I should actually just address how the light is playing on it. Maybe that's the issue, is I'm just not pulling it down enough. Making sure it's kind of like, oh, okay, you're like a deeper kind of colored material, right? Relative to the mouse, you're just a darker material, right? So like maybe that's a little more appropriate. Yeah, I think it'll be useful to explore this with fresh eyes. I did like kind of that, some of the strong kind of light effects hitting those edges. Maybe that's just it. Maybe we only do that like right at the edge. Okay. Let's give that a save. And yeah, all right. I'm gonna put up the time lapse and we'll wrap up stream. But all in all, like I think a pretty good character piece that has come together pretty quick. Tuck that off to the side and let's watch a little time lapse as we wrap. Set that to all. And yeah, so hopefully you all have enjoyed. Let's fit that a bit better. There we go. Yeah, I think there's also like the inside of the shell I want to show off a bit. Catch some of that like nice blue light. I might still mess around with bits of it because I feel like it could show off that abalone shell better. And I didn't really figure out how to do that very well, I think. But yeah, hopefully you enjoyed this and it was interesting. I think it came together pretty well. Took a while to figure out the pose, and I'll probably need to make adjustments on it once I like look at it fresh and kind of realize, oh, that's broken anatomy, because I often do that. Um, but I think the lighting is going to be really interesting on it and fun. Um, I want to like push that expression as well, like really make them look grouchy and just kind of salty and very abrasive. Like look at that like snark, just kind of that like you can see them kind of just like flaring their nose. Whereas here, like they just kind of look very pensive and just kind of worried, but not like angry at everything. I want this character to look angry at everything. A real grouch of a mouse. Yeah, and there's like the holes on the shell that I think are an interesting texture detail, and right now I'm not really observing that. So it's kind of like finding those kind of interesting things and making sure that I make those read. The inside of the shoulders, like I want that to like have that mother of pearl look to it, and if that's going to be done with bounce light, that could be extra like cool looking. Um, Even like the silhouette of the base of the rocks, I think I need to kind of like shape that a bit more. But I'm pretty happy with where it ended up, especially for one session. That's pretty decent. Um, Usually it takes a few to kind of get to this stage, so it's good because we got a lot of mice to create, and I want to get through more of them. Yeah, it's a interesting method of painting. It's very effective for getting interesting lighting. Um, and I'm always like, I should push this, use this more, but I kind of like fight myself on it for good reasons. There's a lot of like technical painting advantages of not doing this, but also it's so good at kind of like building a good strong light structure and like making a good volumetric three-dimensional piece. So yeah, it's got a lot of good, and also is kind of has its own issues. But yeah, well, that's pretty much, yeah. Like we can see how much time I was fiddling with little things, but that's what you do. Um, yeah, it was fun. I enjoyed this. Thank you. I'm glad that you like it. Sorry I don't have a Larry link today. Team was just busy with stuff. But ask for double from Dave next week. There you go. Make up for it that way. Or, yeah, check the Facebook feed. I wrote a bunch of wall posts that have Larry links in those, and they're good ones. Um, so, yeah. Hope you're enjoying the King's giveaway event. I did some work on that. pretty fun. Um, Let me know if the names and descriptions of all those trap skins are horrible because I wrote those. But yeah, all right. Well, that's about it. And thank you, as always, for tuning in. Um, hope you had a good time. Hope it was fun. And thank you for kind of being a part of this creation. Always love having kind of like the community be a part of creating the game. It's important to us. But yeah, thank you for hanging out. I shall see you in probably 2 weeks' time-ish. But it should be Dave next week. But until I see you next time, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and happy hunting, everyone. Catch you next time. Okay, bye.